Hello. My general thoughts right out of the gate. I have I have not streamed at all this week. I didn't realize that until today. Admittedly, I had kind of been taking some me time, um, which sometimes I admittedly get kind of peopled out. Let's put the nightingale where you can see him. Um, I just, I don't know. It's very weird. I had a day yesterday and the day before where I was awake for about 24 hours straight, which happens to me on occasion. Delicious. Happens to me on occasion. Just one of those days I can't sleep. And so I had that happen. And it was very much not fun to have that. And I don't know why, but when I got up today, this morning, I woke up at about like 5, 6 in the morning. I made probably one of my favorite dishes to make, which is combination fried rice. And so I did that, and then immediately fell back asleep after I made it, and ate a bowl of it. So I woke up 7 hours later, clearly still recovering from the day of not sleeping. And I don't know, man. I just kind of feel like yapping about some topics, just talking to talk. Um, just a blasé week. You could say that, yeah. I mean, it wasn't a bad week by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I'm actually curious about something right now. How did we do on Cyberpop this week? It's been a pretty good week, I think, with that. I mean, we're at 17,415. What do we start the week at? Da 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 da. Plus, we're over 200 backers, which is great. Um, so let's see. Start of the week would have been what? The 16th. We started at $15,300, and we're ending the week 17,415. Pretty good week in the world of comic books. I mean, we're past the opening of the book, yet ever since Cyberpop has been launched, we have been on Indiegogo's highlights for arts and film every single day since its release, and it's art that, like, we're already halfway through the campaign life cycle, effectively. Like, that's kind of wild to me. I have not been associated with a comic book that has done that since Three Nights, 4 Days Part One. Um, so yeah, that is it's pretty freaking wild, man. Um, I'm still clearly exhausted, but I wouldn't call it a bad week. It was just kind of interesting, an interesting week. I think interesting is a good word. So I want to kind of yap about some of the stuff that went on, um, and talk about stuff that I plan on doing in the future and things along those lines. Um, so let's get to yapping. Um, Where to start? You guys want to yap about the Froot thing? You guys want to hear me yap about that? Because that's kind of like the first thing that I watched. So again, to kind of give you a synopsis of events. I wake up and as per usual, I will say this right now. This is nothing against Asmongold or people who are fans of his, but as is kind of usual, what I will see is I will usually see a clip from Asmongold clips on my recommended, like almost every time. And the video said, "This is just crazy," and it had a picture of Froot and then stuff going on. So I'll just kind of show you what the video was real quick. It's a minute long.
Let's see here. Oh, I saw this. So, oh my god. Oh
Let me mute myself real quick.
So this girl, she goes and puts out a Google Doc talking about basically it's a 90-page document, okay? Like literally 90 pages of this. So anyway, I know how valuable time is, and I won't take up too much of yours. You should have had that at the start rather than the end. And so she goes around and just talking about how she got abused and, like, you know, her last relationship was really bad, making people feel sorry for her, etc.
For context, almost every single initial reply is supportive of her.
And then people actually, there were apparently a dozen or so people that actually read all 90 pages. And after they looked into it, they found out that, in fact, she was the one that had cheated on her husband while he was on deployment. So if you look at the engagements here, let's read some of these. And I'd be pretty mad too if my wife fucked 5 different men instead of me. She put out a twit longer begging for attention and looking for you know, approval for cheating on her fucking husband. It's crazy.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. I have not read the whole 90 page document. At all. So, I'm going to start yapping about it. If any of you have actually read it and can fill me in on what happened first, the cheating or the alleged abuse, because now the cheating is not alleged, she flat out is admitting she did it. If anybody has the timeline, feel free to share it in the chat. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about a situation that is like this, that I have been unfortunately a part of, and we'll go from there. So, yeah, if anybody has the timeline of events, by all means, let me know. I've heard about this cheating thing long before the doc came out. Well, yeah, her ex came out about it, like, I think like a year or two ago. So Froot cheating on her ex has been like one of the most known unknowns, I guess you could say, in the VTuber space. Like it's just like people who hate her guts will just flat out tell you this bitch cheated on her husband while he was on deployment. That is the exact sentence that you'll hear from people. And what I my brain just kind of went blah, blah, blah. But I like the what kind of confirmed it for people is that She copyright struck. Somebody who had done a video about it. Who was this from? Because the strike did not stick. Yeah, it was from a channel called Aunt Hime. It was not a... Hey, Columbia, thank you for renewing your membership, dude. There's a link to server under Toys and Mecca, the new Mechanicore ZMX42 Firehawk. What can only be described as the perfect blend of the Sazabi and Nightingale. I officially dubbed it a Gucci Gunpla. I wish I had the money for things like that, or the space. I'm actually going to be slowing down on Gunpla probably over the next few months while I figure out where to put more of it, because I'm literally running out of space. But anyway, the video in question that got struck is this. And she basically, throughout, I'll link it real quick for you guys if you want to watch it. She goes through everything that happened and people who were around the situation. So it's like it's been something that's been known for a while, you know, but there had never been confirmation from Froot herself, because nobody figured that she would actually come out and confirm something that she did that makes her look like a vile piece of garbage, you know, because there's it's one of those things where if you cheat on somebody, you know, you're just a vile person. Pat Labor is getting a new anime. Yes, it is. We'll yap about that later. Probably. Maybe. But the gimmick for me, and what I find so fucking funny about this situation, is that she comes out with this, as Asmund said, 50, 90, whatever page Google Doc of conversations between her and her ex. Where she is effectively saying that, yeah, I cheated on the guy because he was abusive. And apparently right now people are trying to figure out, like, chicken or the egg scenario. So let's kind of roll through, like, chicken or the egg scenario. Like, if X is true, then Y. You know, we'll do a little algebra. Let's say that he was a prick first. I think that we all learned growing up, and chat, you don't have to, like, sit there and just, like, listen to me yap. Feel free to give your opinions on the situation. So let's say that the dude was a prick first. Potentially violent, things of that nature. Right? What good does cheating on him do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just arrived, what are we discussing? The Froot situation. That's where we're starting with the yapping today. But, But yeah, cheating on the dude is a very bad idea if someone is abusive. And there's a reason why. So let's say that this guy is violent, abusive, verbally abusive, so on and so forth. Might snap, blah, 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 whatever your reasoning. Let's say that that's all true. At that point, what you have done by cheating on your boyfriend, spouse, whatever, is you have made someone else a target too. You know, put them in a situation where you've also made them an accessory, effectively, to something that, depending on whether or not you told the person that you were with someone else, you might have made them an accessory to your personal problems, which is fucked up in my opinion. And here's the reason that I say that. Many moons ago, I've talked about this on stream before, but I talk about exes that I've had, girls I've had like flirt, like romantic evenings with, and so on and so forth. So I think I've talked about thick redhead. Thick, tall redhead. I tend to not name my exes. Nice girl. Liked her quite a bit. We were hitting it off quite well. And then, of course, one thing led to another. We had sex a couple of times. I did not find out until a little bit later that she was still in a relationship with an abusive guy at the time. Needless to say, I was pissed. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? She didn't break up with the guy before blowing me? Like, what the fuck is going on here? So, you know, thank God for one of my closest friends telling me that when it after it happened. But he basically said, because the guy was violent, my best friend tells me, he's like, all right, man, just make sure that you're ready for a fight if this guy, if she throws it in his face. And I'm like, all right, here we go. And I'm like, all right, that's a thing. And that added stress to my life. And admittedly, I hated the fact that I was deceived. I have not read the document, because I don't have that kind of time on my hands. Like I said, if somebody has, feel free to let me know in the chat. Or somebody can find a breakdown of it online. But at that point, what Froot has done is she has made that person a target of the other person. And Clitorum said this beautifully in the chat. But yes, betraying the violent guy who is also trained to unalive others is a very good idea to a selfish delusion. Basically. And he also says, plus the side guy is more likely to get attacked because guys don't hold back with each other. This is also true. Oddly enough, has anybody in here ever heard the song Guilty Conscience by Eminem? It's a really interesting hip-hop song where Eminem and Dr. Dre are like playing the like two angels, the angel and the demon on people's shoulders. It's really, really good. And And the interesting thing about it is, like, the last one is some dude or some chick cheating on her dude, and both of them agree that just kill the motherfuckers, you know. So, but that's assuming that the cheating happened after the abuse. If it happened before the abuse, I can understand exactly why people would be saying that it's ridiculously vile to try to act as if you have justified what you were doing because he was a jerk. But I'm curious. I'm genuinely surprised that nobody in my Discord server actually, like, posted a timeline to it. But the general response from everybody in my server was like, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." I thought Xavier put it really well. Where's Xavier post? Here we go. Here's what Xavier said. He said, "I think Froot purposely obfuscated her cheating admission by using claims of abuse from her ex. I think some of this support, not all of it, are people knee-jerking to an alleged domestic violence situation, which I don't condone partner violence of any kind, but if he became that way because of what she did, he's the monster you created. It's fucked, but you should admit you did this to him and not assume victim status." Which is true. Nothing is justified in this scenario. That's the big thing. Absolutely zero bits about it. Because one thing that people were pissed about in my server, and I think that this is a good point, and if you are one of those people, please say something in the chat. I'll read what you say. But I'm curious to hear what people say. But, like, the people that came out in support of what was said was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Now, here's the thing. I expect hoish things from hoes. And there's quite a few VTubers out there that they some hoes. You know? And there was actually a list of people who openly supported Froot cheating on her husband, basically. And some people in here be hoes. Project Melody a hoe. Cinder a hoe. Cottontail VA she big hoe. Buff Pup hoe. She like confessed to having a giant fucking orgy with dudes. Bow hoe, you know, so on and so forth. But there's other people in here that kind of surprise me. Sarui ho, you know. But K-san being in here. Michi being in here. Matara Khan being in here. That one surprised me the most. An Iron Mouse supporting this shit. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? It's one of those things for me where I think to myself, like, you gotta think about the stuff that you're throwing your name behind. I don't think it's maliciousness on the part of Matara, Haruka, and Michi. Well, here's the thing. I would. It's easier to assume ignorance than maliciousness. Which is why I made a point to point out those who be hoish and those who ain't. Because some of those, like, I'll freely admit, Matara can be pretty entertaining. But that admittedly soured me on her. And I would think that there's a distinct possibility that they're throwing their support behind their, the person that's also in their corporate structure. Because just on the general idea of this is not an easy situation to talk about, which admit it never is. But at the same time, the problem that I have is that you should never throw your support behind something if you don't know all the facts. Because it will burn you. Because I will freely admit, man, seeing those people throw support behind this without just be like, oh, you're so brave and da-da-da-da-da, without looking into all this shit. Like, it ain't brave to fuck around on the person that you're with. It's stupid. It's always going to be stupid. Being hoish is not brave. Under any circumstance. Nor, I will also say this, nor if you're a woman, is it particularly brave, smart, or easy, or difficult to do. I will say this right now. If you are a woman, and you go up to a dude, and say, do you want to get laid? Like right now? Chances are the answer is going to be yes. To any dude you accost. Because men were easy. We are. It is in our nature. Columbia just sent me this. This is very true. Especially with VTuber. Oh God. But I have to say, like, there is this weird idea that's somehow brave to do things of that nature, and it's like, nah, homie, that ain't it. But yeah, men are easy. We're easy. It ain't hard. If you're a woman, unless you look like a foot, or you look like Honey Boo Boo, you could probably get laid pretty easy. Men, especially these days, have to work for it. We do. Like, we have to work hard for it. So it ain't brave. It ain't brave. It ain't anything like that. It's foolish. And honestly, I think at this point, it just goes to show you that it's a classic a classic idea of two wrongs don't make a right. They really don't. So, let's see here. Badzilla asks a question. He says, "Sup, Micah? Been lurking for a minute now. Wanted to ask, even if some of those people do be acting like hoes, does that mean they're entirely bad / intolerable?" Well, I think entirely bad would be a stretch. I do agree with that sentiment. I will say right now that my first knee jerk reaction is that I am pissed off at seeing this sort of thing. Because one other thing I've also told people about before is that the reason that my marriage ended years ago is because I was cheated on. And so I have been the person cheated on in a relationship, and I've also been the person that was cheated with. Neither of them is a comfortable scenario. So you can kind of understand why I have the feelings that I have here. You know? But as it stands, do I think, like, am I telling people not to watch whoever? Nah. I'm not gonna watch them, personally. I'm personally not going to. Not for a good while. Because I see things like that and I go, if you know that's what's going on, even to any degree, and you're like, you're so brave, you're so great, da-da-da-da-da, you're such a wonderful, beautiful person. I'm going to say this right now, folks. People who cheat are not beautiful inside. This kind of goes into something, oddly enough. My other best friend, Devin. You guys have seen him on stream, my short redhead friend. He is a relationship counselor. And a sexual addiction counselor. And we were talking about this last night. We were talking about why it is that people cheat. And a lot of it comes from a desire for a sense for freedom and control of their own lives. Something does not feel like it's in their control for whatever reason. So they reach out to try to find something that fills that void. And generally speaking, whenever somebody is gone from their significant other for months at a time, they feel out of control of the situation. And that's why you get so many people that will get the Dear John letter. It's why whenever you watch, like, a show like Band of Brothers or something that has to do with the military, there's always at least one person that gets the Dear John letter. You know, because some people just, they go stir crazy with their significant other being away like they are. And they can't handle the stress of it, and they want control, so they cheat. So yeah, it is a vile thing to do. And I think that at the end of the day, people are going to look at this. Like, when it comes to Froot, I think that she only made the situation worse for herself. Because now you have just confirmed that you're not a good person to a lot of people. When there was like a question mark hanging over it, I think she could have honestly never addressed it. And probably been fine. But and don't get into relationships in the first place. Well, for some people, they enter into a relationship with somebody and they love the person and they think that they can get through it. And then stuff happens and it's like, oh shit, I apparently don't think I can get through this now. You know, I don't think there's an excuse for it. I just think that when it comes right down to it, you need to, if you're going to get into a relationship with somebody, like, you're going to commit to another person, you need to be mature about it. Especially if you know they're going to be away for a while. You need to say to yourself, all right, I love this person. I love this person more than anybody else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to honor them and I'm going to respect them. And I'm going to, why does this strand always go down? There we go. You know, I'm going to respect them and so on and so forth. And I'm just going to stay home, you know. But some people just do not have that sort of emotional maturity. And it can lead you to do evil things, you know. So they don't know what to do with themselves. Yeah, that's a big part of it, man. Like, you feel entrapped, and you're gonna do whatever you can to try to feel free. And I will say one thing, man: getting naked with somebody and bumping uglies make you feel real free. You know. Why'd she address it in the first place? What caused her to write that document for so many years? I don't know, man. It might be something that, like, the accusations existed for so long, and I legitimately believe that, and this is just my thoughts. You know, again, I don't know the person. I legitimately believe that Froot is such a bad person at her core that she thought that there was an excuse that she could use to try to make herself look like the good guy. And that's why she did it. That's my thoughts. You know. Tyler Preston says, my main question is if the abusive allegations are true. If so, where's the police? I don't know if it was, like, physically abusive. I think it was just him yelling at her. And shit like that. Which is why I wonder about the chicken or the egg scenario. Because, yeah, if there was physical abuse and you did not call the cops, I'll say this right now. It is about 20 times easier now than ever if a man is physically abusive to you to get him arrested. 20 times easier now than it ever was. Society in general has done everything that they can to make sure that if there is a man who puts his hands on a woman, that man goes to jail and that woman gets help. There's charities to help out. There's battered woman shelters to help out. Churches will take you in and help you find a place to stay, so on and so forth. I've been taken out by ministers before. Like, whenever there was suspicion of a domestic incident, to go talk to the couple. I've effectively taken as security. You know, I've had to break up situations like this before between couples when I worked security. So, but you want to know what happened every time? If there was one inkling of anything physical that happened, cops are getting called. There was one particular instance where a dude laid his hands on a chick at a hotel I was working security at. And he immediately starts feeling regret. And he's talking to me like, I don't know what I just did. I don't know what to do. Am I getting arrested? I'm like, oh yeah, you're getting arrested. I'm like, and I'm going to make sure it happens. I was talking mad shit to him the whole time he was there. Because at one point he tried to force his way past me. I just threw him into the wall. He was a little dude. He was like 5'6". You know. But, I'm like, you ain't going nowhere, man. But that's the way that it is, you know. So the idea that, you know, she was not gonna, you know, have people backing her up and supporting her if the abuse came first is bullshit. Wish I had your strength. In not like hitting the dude or like chucking a dude into a wall. Because the second one, like, it's not necessarily strength as it is size. I just have leverage over most human beings. But, yeah. Never understand why women choose to stay with physically and verbally abusive men, especially when they have a child. There's no excuse. Well, they're scared. They're petrified. You know? So I can understand that. You know, they're absolutely petrified. Yeah, chucking a dude like that's more size than anything. Like, leverage is your best friend whenever it comes to things like that. And tall people have leverage. Yeah, Columbia just he says in Illinois law, since 84-85, if domestic abuse is probable cause, on-site arrest is authorized. If no evidence, you break the couple up. There you go. But, Brett asks, what are we talking about? We're talking about Froot cheating on her husband. Talking about that situation. And we were getting into stories of me breaking up domestics in situations. I will say that is one thing I kind of miss about being a security officer. Especially in hotels. Because when a dude my size, who's about as broad as a fucking door, with a shaved head, and which at the time that I worked at this hotel, I could not have a beard at first. So I shaved all my beard off, but I also shaved my head completely. I was completely bald, completely clean shaven. I looked like the fucking Kingpin. Because I always wore a black suit, and that was how Kingpin dressed on that season of the first season of the Netflix show, was in a black suit. So that's what people were familiar with. So I even had people come up and take pictures with me. They're like, you look like the Kingpin. Or you look like that guy from Daredevil. It's like, well, I'm not as tall, but yeah. Because Vincent D'Onofrio, I think he's like way taller than I am. I think. Let me look that up. He's 6'4", so he's 2 inches taller than me. But anyway, but like the one thing that I have consistently seen from women that have been in those scenarios is that they're scared and they don't know what to do, and fear clouds everything. Like there's that thing from Dune that like fear is the mind killer. It's a very true statement. Being scared will make it so that you're it's impossible to think clearly. So you will do stupid things. There's no excuse though, you know. Because Serena makes a good point. She says, is your fear more important than the safety or your child's safety? That's the question you gotta ask yourself. Part of the situation, who is Froot? She's a popular VTuber who is under the group V Shoujo, which also includes talent like Project Melody, Iron Mouse, who else? Kason, who used to be Kiryu Coco from Hololive, and a few others I'm probably forgetting. Silver Veil used to be part of that group. V-Bay used to be part of that group. Those two left after the whole whatchamacallit, the whole Hogwarts Legacy situation. So, guess you don't believe in half measures. Not when it comes to that sort of thing, man. But anyway, like one thing that was great is noise complaints didn't happen after a while. If I walked into a room with that look, turned the corner and said, "Folks, I'm going to need you to quiet down, please." It got quiet. Also reminded me of another funny one that was great was so I guess we're gonna get into security stories now. The one thing that always annoyed the piss out of me was wedding parties. I hate wedding parties now. I don't even like going to weddings anymore. like the last wedding I went to was my youngest sister's, and I have no plans on going to, like, somebody invites me to go to a wedding, I'll be like, fuck that. Like, I'll say the opening prayer and then I'll leave. Like, that's all you're getting from me, man. But no. The, how do I put this? So to describe this hellish 6 months, 7 months, whatever it was, that I was this security guard at a hotel. We had a wedding scheduled for every single weekend of the summer except for one weekend. And only one of those weddings was a dry wedding. So many drunks. The hotel constantly smelled like beer. It fucking sucked. I hated it. And what bugged the shit out of me was this was a 4-star hotel. This is a really nice hotel. But the problem is whenever it comes to weddings, is people will save up all this money for this expensive wedding at this really nice hotel, and they will act like fucking country bumpkins instead of more distinguished. And I hate that shit. So yeah. That was hellish to me. But one particular group, I kind of pulled the Uno reverse card on them. So I go into a room that they had booked, and the book that it was a like a meeting room basically. They had booked it to sit down and have like a chat area before the wedding the next day, so they could go in there and drink and all this other stuff. And they were making a ton of noise to the point where the people in the rooms above that meeting room could hear them. And it was around the time that they needed to wrap up anyway. So I do my usual thing. I walk in there. In case of possible fights, I went ahead and took my tie off. So took the tie off, stuck it in my pocket, walk into the room, knock on the door. I get ignored. And then I do the usual, "Excuse me!" To get everybody's attention. I'm like, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is," I think it was like 11 o'clock. "It is 11 o'clock and this room needs to be closed down. So, given that you have all this stuff out, I'm going to go ahead and give you 10 minutes to close everything up. And go ahead and call it an evening. If you still want to get food or things of that nature, I can make you aware of places that are still open in the neighboring area. If you want to still drink, there are bars down the road that you can go to. Some of the best ones are within walking distance of this hotel. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes to clean up, and hopefully you all have a great rest of your evening." And then somebody tries to say, "Well, we ain't leaving." And I looked at the dude right in the face. I said, "Sir, you were told when this was booked that it was only booked for a limited time. If you refuse to leave, I will have to remove you forcefully, and I would rather much not do that. I said, you got 10 minutes, get everything cleaned up. I walk out of the room, and you can set your watch to it. About 3 minutes of arguing, then some people start talking sense, then they all clean up and leave. And that dude eyeballed me on the way out because I was ruining his fun. I just looked at him, I just smiled. But I go in there, and somebody quite literally doodled with mustard on one of the chairs in that room. So I looked at it. I called housekeeping, let them know what was going on. Took photos of it, so on and so forth. And like I figured, housekeeping told me, like, we're gonna have to reupholster this chair. And that's gonna cost a chunk of money. I'm like, of course it is. So, what I immediately do is I say, how much is that gonna cost us? And they gave me the number. Texted my manager, told him about it. He said, go ahead and charge the group for this amount of money. I'm like, oh, I know where you're going with this. So the next day, when they go to check, or when some people within the party go to check out, like the person who booked the wedding party, they said, why do I have this additional charge for destruction of property? Because basically what I did was I charged them for the chair, but then I charged them another fine on top of it that I found under the list of stuff that we could throw on there. That was just destruction of property. And I said, well, somebody in your wedding party destroyed property of this hotel by doodling on a chair with mustard. I said, given that you were present at the time, it was clearly somebody in your party. If you know who, I'll be happy to move this charge to their room instead. But if you don't, then you're getting charged for it because you were in charge of the party. And they argued with me back like this and that, and I said, look, you can yell at me until the cows come home. This is going to get paid one way or another. If you're refusing to pay it, I can go ahead and call the police and have them come in here, and then they'll explain to you why destruction of property is illegal, and then we can go from there. Or you can tell me who did it and what their room number is, and I will bill them. Then they gave it up. And yeah, it was the D-bag who gave me lip that did it, because he ended up coming down and yelling at me about the charge. And I said, maybe next time don't destroy our property. It's that simple. I'm trying to remember, was that the guy? No, that was not the dude. The second dude, I did have a dude or a couple guys that acted like they wanted to fight me. That one was funny because that was another wedding, and people wanted me to take the shuttle that we had, and give it to. Literally hand the keys over to obviously drunken people to drive down to a bar that was down the road after a wedding. And I said to him, why don't we, I said, why don't we just call you a cab? And they're like, no, we don't want to pay for it. And I'm like, I'm not giving you the keys to the shuttle. And they're like, well, why don't you drive? And I said, because there's no one else here manning the desk. Why don't you get somebody else to do it? I'm the only person with the keys. I'm the only person here that drives the shuttle. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. And we keep going back and forth. The cart starts like, oh, your customer service is awful. And I look at the dude right in the face. There's a point where whenever I'm doing customer service work, where I'm doing the customer service spiel, it's like a lot of I'm sorry's, I cannot do that for you. And then there's a point where you stop getting the customer service and you just get Micah. So I look at the dude and his buddy and I say, good sir, why on earth would I give the keys to that shuttle to somebody that smells like Pabst Blue Ribbon? Why would I do that? And this younger guy was talking shit too. It was with the taller guy. And there was a whole lot of bloody blah going on. And they couldn't come up with an answer. Constantly berating me, though. And it's getting annoying. So, it gets to a point where the two of them start leaning over the desk. Like they're trying to physically, be imposing to me. And I'm like, oh, so we're going here. Because one of them says, look, I'm rich enough to buy this hotel. I'll just buy this hotel and make you do it. I looked at the dude. I'm like, dude, you buy this hotel, I'm going to quit. Because you look like a crappy boss. Because you'd have to be an absolute fool if you think it's a good idea to give drunk people access to a shuttle like that's that expensive, and if it hits anything, it can destroy property or hurt somebody. I'm not making this stupid mistake just because you guys want these people to get a free ride. If they want an option to get to that bar, the married couple could come up here and ask me. I said, this conversation's over. Get the hell out of my face. And then one of them says something like, well, maybe we'll kick your ass and take the keys. At that point, I loosen my tie up, go ahead and take it off. I take off my suit jacket, and I set it on a stool behind me, and I start, undoing my sleeves and rolling my sleeves up. And I said, well, then why don't you gentlemen just meet me outside? And at that point, the wife of the taller of the two comes in and goes, no, you are not, no. And then the pastor who had oversaw the thing comes over and tells them to go, leave it alone. I'll go ahead and pay for a cab for these guys. And it was the pastor who basically said, goes, this guy would probably kick both of your asses right now. And he looks like he's ready to. Leave it alone. You need to apologize to him tomorrow. And they did. They both apologized to me. One dude, oddly enough, the rich one, ended up apologizing to me on the shuttle to the airport that morning. Because he was getting flown home. And I was just driving the shuttle, and he's sitting behind me. I'm like, so you feeling a little bit more sober now? Because he had his massive coffee cup in his hand. And he's like, yeah, I'm sorry about that, dude. He's like, I was so hammered. I'm like, I could tell. You were going to get into a fight with a guy who, is twice your size, man. That wouldn't have ended well for you, even with your buddy. No offense, but Like, come on, man. It's stupid. He's like, nah, I'm sorry, man. I feel really bad. He tipped me $200 for the ride. I'm like, thank you. So, and because I was hotel security, which what is a dual job, I could accept tips. So that was nice. What is Micah's preferred fight music? Before I ever like enter a boxing ring or stuff like that, when I would do that, I always just listen to metal. Because the big thing isn't like getting angry when you fight; it's about getting focused. Because if you're angry when you're fighting somebody, you're gonna lose. Focus is the key to winning. Hey, what's up? Yeah, funny how the person who mustarded the chair thought they could get away with it. Dude, that's the thing about hotels, man. People think that they can get away with all sorts of shit. And they think that you can't figure it out. I had one dude who tried to rent out 2 rooms. While paying for one in cash. He rented one of the suites upstairs in the hotel. And then he complained about it, said that there was a smoke smell in it. And I said, alright, I'll give you the other one. I didn't know that he had kept both of his cards. His key cards for the room. So I heard a noise complaint from somebody on the second floor that was on the opposite end of the hall. So this dude right here, this side of the building, was making so much noise that somebody over here on the second floor could hear it. I go up there, and I don't say a word. I just walk up there to just kind of see what's up. I hear rap music blaring. There's girls in there, so on and so forth. I can hear them giggling. And the first thing I do is I deactivate the keys to both of the dudes' rooms. Because at that point, it is actually theft to do that. And I just called the cops. I said, I think this gentleman is here. He only paid for one room. He's trying to steal the other room. And I'm pretty sure he might have prostitutes up there, maybe, ? And next thing I know, there's 4 cops to go in. Do you have a key to that room, sir? Yep, here's an active one. I've already deactivated all of his keys. Like, please remove him and everybody that's there. Next thing I see, all of them are getting hauled out in cuffs. And all I do is I just stand there like this. Bye-bye. Fuck out of my hotel. Gotta keep your stance, your breathing, yeah, that sort of thing, basically. One thing that people don't know about a fight and boxing, specifically, well, anytime you're punching someone, you need to breathe, exhale while you're doing it. Because it's the same principle as whenever you're lifting weights. You exhale on the push. It's like that. With throwing punches and kicks and things like that, you're exerting force when you do that. So you need to be exhaling while you do that. So if you're not doing so, then you're gonna gas out really quick. I trained with a guy one time, but this is before I hurt my knee. It was a stringy little dude, and he was throwing like everything at me but the kitchen sink. But I noticed that he wasn't exhaling with his punches. And he got tired. And he was this little stringy dude who looked like he could like run a marathon. And he was gassed out after like 3 minutes of chucking punches at me. And he's like, why am I so tired after the sparring session? I'm like, because you didn't breathe. The dudes that were the best in that class were the ones that were really relaxed. The people that would tense up and start chucking bombs, were the ones who ended up getting sat on their butt. Brain said here, dealing with roommate moving out and taking her dog. Oh, no. That sucks. That's always one of the worst ones. Hate shit like that. Been watching Hajime no Ippo. Never thought it would be so technical. Yeah, Ippo gets a lot of things right. It's still very anime up, but it does get a lot of things correct about that sort of thing. I mean, even the Rocky films get a good amount right about boxing. They obviously still play it up a lot. Like, and here's an example. The fight between Ivan Drago and Rocky. The idea of taking that many punches to clean shots to the head and continuing to get back up, that fight would have been stopped ages ago. There was no fucking way whatsoever that you can hit that many clean shots on a guy and then them stay conscious, or the ref not stop the fight. The ref would have stopped the fight at that point. But they didn't do it because it's dramatic. But they like the earlier movies, like they emphasize the fact that Rocky's an inside fighter. He has a really very very short reach for a heavyweight. He's small. And that he's not like a big power puncher either. Got a hell of a left hook to the body. That was his big punch. That's the one where he busts up Apollo's liver in the first fight. The Drago one is still pretty well put together, because you'll notice if you go back and watch it, Drago's working behind his jab for a lot of it, which is what you're supposed to do if you're the taller fighter. I will say right now, being the shorter fighter sucks. I hate being the shorter guy. Now, I was lucky that I was really good at cutting off the ring. So I could corner people really easily. But it still sucked. Because it's not fun to be eating jabs and straights, trying to corner somebody so you can land on them. Like, it's not fun. Oh, man. What else to yap about? You guys want me to yap about people who count money? How does that sound? That sound like a good one? Because it's a continuation from like an earlier... we're going to go ahead and yap about it. Fuck it. I posted a thing on Twitter about a gentleman who... he tried putting out his own comic. It did not do well. It didn't even raise $2,000. Is Baki accurate? Fuck no. No. Not even close. Is it their money or the money of somebody else? The money of somebody else. I commented on this because some dude was talking some smack about Serena. And I had heard about that from her earlier in the week. And of course, said like, look, Serena's doing well for herself. And she's part of, a company that values her and values the work she does. And, at the end of the day, some people can get very angry about success. And another gentleman who was apparently part of that person chewing her out's friend group, posted some shit on Twitter getting mad because he blocked her. And it's like, dude, you're a 50-year-old man. happy that you blocked a girl that was more successful than you on the crowdfunding. I said the following. I said, I'll never understand petty jealousy. Let me show you guys the tweet. I said, this is a story in 2 images. This guy is a 50-year-old getting mad at a young woman who works for my company all because of a disagreement. Which is basically all it was. It's just a disagreement in a DM group on Twitter. The images show you why. The dude made a derivative Captain America book and it flopped. From what I'm being told, this is the same dude that was in a DM group with people like Luke Stone, Pixel Trader, and others that consistently would shit-talk creators like EVS, Eric July, and others doing well in the indie space. Which I've seen screenshots of. I said, folks, don't be this guy. Don't be over 50 and getting mad on the internet because you fell short where others didn't. That's just being a commie. Serena, on the other hand, is the type of person to help build people up. And I couldn't be more proud to have her as part of Grindstone. And I said, to be honest, I genuinely hope this dude is doing well outside of comics. It's not for everyone. I just wish grown men would act like grown men instead of gossiping teenage girls. And that's the same thing. Because I don't know this dude. I heard at one point that he was doing a live stream about me, and he was refusing to actually say my name. And I went into the comments. I'm like, dude, I don't care if you criticize me. You're more than welcome to. But at the same time, don't treat me like I'm freaking Voldemort, man. I'm not. I'm just a dude. That's it. The only interaction I've ever had with the guy. And my whole thing is this. Like, I don't know the dude. I don't know any of these people, really. Like, the only interactions I think I've had with people that I know that are in that DM group are Luke Stone and Piper. Neither of which are in there anymore. We all know the shit that I had to go through with Piper to clear my name. That goes without saying. A lot of the shit that she would talk would be with these people. With Luke Stone, the only interaction I've had with him is, aside from promoting his books on one of my shows because he got fucked over out of money once. You're welcome. Was an email that I had with him because Piper was doing Piper things again. And I wanted to know whether or not there was a problem with his company and my company, or if it was just her still having issues with me. That was all the email was. And it's the only interactions I've had with any people from that group. So, whenever I see this sort of thing, I think to myself, like, man, you're making the mistake of, getting pissed at people that are more successful than you. Because one dude left a comment on the last stream, and he said, what was it that he said? Let me find it. It says, show me my lack of success over 20 months. Over 28K raised on 3 books. My recent campaign has been open less than a month. Who's the crab again? So he's saying that he's super successful because he's had 3 different Indiegogo campaigns with $28,000 raised. And I just said, because I didn't know the guy. It's like, I'd never heard of South River Studios. I'm like, I'm sorry, I have no idea who you are. I don't particularly care either. I said, 20K is alright with a few campaigns. I did 38K in 2. I think that's really all that needed to be said. And I think to myself, man, like, I don't get the mentality of stuff like that. I don't understand the anger about it. And like Serene says, I wouldn't look at smaller promo shows to promote my book. Well, and that's the thing. I'm of the opinion that it's a better idea to build your own audience than rely on other people's. There's nothing wrong with cross-pollinating, but you've got to build your own little kingdom. Like right now, we've got 19 people hanging out. It was upwards of like 27, 28 earlier, which is pretty cool. And, you know, streams are doing pretty good. You know, people are coming in, they're throwing super chats, they're becoming members, stuff like that. You know, I'm pretty happy with it. Videos are doing well. Things are growing, little bit by little bit. And that's because I'm putting in the work to grow it. And I'm making connections with other people and encouraging other people in my company to make connections with other people to grow the brand and to branch out and to, you know, cross-pollinate with people that are interested in seeing an independent comics company be successful, or being a part of it themselves. And you know, it's one of those things where we're doing quite well. You know, we're getting our momentum under us. Like I said, Cyberpop, we're at 206 backers now. You know, we've raised 17 grand on it, getting closer to 18. You know, we've got over 100 and some odd signups for the St. Peregrine crossover. And I think when we're a month out before we launch that crossover, I'm going to go ahead and go on, do a little bit of promoting, do a little cross-pollinating. And stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you got to build your platform. You know, you have to build your name. As lame as this sounds, one thing that they say in the corporate world is you have to build your brand. You have to think to yourself, what is your brand? Now, people hate that term. South Park made fun of it, da-da-da-da-da. And I understand what they meant. But the fact of the matter is that there is a point where you have to ask yourself, what do I believe in? What do I represent? And who am, you know, how, if I'm going to get into business and the business is either me or my work or my creative process, I have to answer the question of who the fuck am I? And why people should invest in my success. That's a big part of it. And if you're not able to build that, you know, this might not be for you. And that's okay. You know, and the other thing is maybe you're not going to have the same success as other people. That's okay too. You know, it's not that big of a deal. It's one of those things where you can't count on other people's money and other people's success because, you know, they might have some advantage that you don't have. They might have done something already that you have not been able to do yourself yet, so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, you should never be in a position where you say to yourself, you know, like, oh, it's this other guy's fault. If he didn't exist, I would have all the fame and success. That couldn't be further from the truth. You know. Speaking of Serena, since she's in the chat, let's is there anybody in here who has not signed up for the Black Rhapsody mailing list yet? I'm gonna go ahead and pin this. We are at 43 signups already for the for Book 2's mailing list. We want to try to get it to 100. And there's 20 some odd people in here right now. So if anybody in here has not signed up for it yet, signing up for that is free. The mailing list costs you $0. We do not charge for mailing lists or anything like that. It's just you get on the mailing list and then you're going to get the access to a secret bonus tier. What Serena has done, and I really like what she's doing with this, if I recall correctly, everybody that got on the mailing list that backs physical gets a print, right, Serena? And then on top of that, people also can get virgin covers, as well as an option. Correct me if I am wrong. But we're trying to get that up. Because some of the groups that are open for cross-pollination want to see that a mailing list has been able to get a certain amount of signatures on it before they will they'll commit to having you on their show to help with that cross-pollination. So we want to help out with that, because the sooner we do it, the sooner we get there. Columbia throws in $5. Says, point holds, FF, for fuck's sake, you have 2 pros work on a Cyberpop cover and a Marvel artist on a main comic. So many artists go unrecognized and have to work 10, 20 years. Basically. You know? And with Grindstone, like, we're just in a position right now where we have a few things going our way. We have ambition. We want, you know, to grow our pie, to grow our customer base. And to do that, you know, we're willing to work with people that have experience. You know, like, for example, Serena's book has the artist from The Unstoppable Wasp on it, doing as their pencils and inks, and she's got a colorist who worked on Deadpool, working on the colors for the book. And then, of course, she has me as her editor. You know, I've self-published several comics at this point. With Cyberpop, we got Kanan White to do the cover on that one. It is our top-selling cover right now between the two. I think, how many... Let me look at the items real quick. I'm not showing you guys... You're still seeing the Nightingale, so I'm just like... thank you for signing up Apocalypse Sagan. It's appreciated, buddy. But the Kanan cover, we have sold... We've sold 3 giant-sized posters of it. We have got 51 normal-sized posters of the Kanan White cover sold. And then on top of that, we've sold another 128. 133 of Kanan's cover. You know, just so far. This campaign's only a couple weeks old. So, you know, we're being ambitious with what's going on. And right now, the yeah. I don't know, man. I'm very positive about these things. And I'm of the opinion that, you know, if you've got good ideas and you've got ambition and you've got hunger for something, you can find varying levels of success. But the dumbest thing that you can do is get pissed off at people for being ambitious. And on top of that, not wanting to, you know, if they don't want to cross-pollinate with some people, then they don't want to cross-pollinate with some people. Getting mad at them over it's fucking stupid. You know? Or taking it personal is just stupid. I don't get it, man. Some people are weird like that. And yeah, don't count other people's money. You know, I'll say this right now: there's plenty of comic book creators out there that have done better than me on a single campaign. You know, and they've done it with ease. My highest I've ever done is 25,000. The highest I think that I mean, but there are people out there that get campaigns out that are pulling in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, in the case of like Air July. But doesn't bother me at all. I'm happy for them. You know? It's one of those things where getting mad at them for their success, it's not going to make me more famous. It's not going to improve my writing. Not going to improve my concepts. Focusing on my work and becoming better as time goes on. growing my audience, those things, that'll make the difference, you know? I appreciate that Apocalypse is gone. And yes, the big dude with the hammer is very fun. Everybody loves Sir Dietrich. Everybody loves this dude. I mean, granted, you look behind me, right yonder. He's front and center. The funny thing is, somebody said to me that well, he's kind of like a Black Templar from 40K, but a normal knight. I'm like, I can see it, but that guy's actually a doctor. He's the healer of the group, and he's got the big fucking hammer. Like, let me show you guys this. You guys want to see a page from book 2? I'm assuming you do. What file type do I have this saved as? Okay, so I should be able to save this pretty easy. Let me show you guys Dietrich in his normal environment. This is him at the end of the Second Crusade. The basic story behind this is that he has spent all night bandaging wounds and keeping people alive. And he grabs his gloves and his helmet and goes right back out to war. Though admittedly, Dietrich is probably one of my favorite characters that I've written. And Preston really brought to life my ideas. He's not wearing armor while he's administering aid, is he? He doesn't have a choice. I mean, this photo right here, this picture, this is in Jerusalem during the siege. You guys ever seen the ending of the movie Kingdom Come? In story, he was at that battle. So basically, he's up all night protecting these guys. Now he's got to go back out and start smashing Saracens just to make sure that they don't breach the walls. I started writing a prequel to this. And one part of it is literally they put ladders on the walls like you do in a siege. And one thing that Dietrich does is he turns around and smacks somebody in the chest so hard with his hammer that the ladder goes flying off along with all the people on it. I love Sir Dietrich. I love all three of them, but I can understand why people love Dietrich so much. Is there a reason he left behind his home with 2 new compatriots to start a new life? Well, Dietrich was basically, he's German. If the name wasn't, enough of an indicator. But he lived in the Holy Land his whole life. Basically grew up in the Knights Hospitalier. Because his father was one as well. And the main reason that he leaves is he's just tired of war. That's the whole thing. Like, the first book goes over that. Is that these guys, their anticipation is that they're going home and there's no more war. We don't have to keep fighting We can just go to this nice, calm little village. Our best friend, his sisters run a tavern, you know, and we're just gonna go there. He's gonna run the family business. We'll find other stuff to do, and we're good. We're fine. You know. Named after Bonhoeffer. Somebody finally got it. Somebody finally got it. And then Sir John is named after my dad. Doesn't look like my dad at all, but he's named after him. Hey, Rainbow Driver, what is up? But yeah, I actually have a job interview on Monday. It was supposed to be yesterday, but it got rescheduled. I have a job interview on Monday, and I'm hoping I get it. Because if I do get it, then I can start funneling some more money into the production of 3 Nights after I pay off some bills. Priority is getting Englewood fulfilled. And then after that's done, then the priority is to get whatchamacallit, to get American Monsters fulfilled. Neither of which should take long. But I just kind of thought to myself, I'm like, I need just a little bit of extra scratch. Just, a few $100 a week to kind of cut even. Because YouTube is like paying most of my bills, but, not all of them. So having a little bit of extra scratch sitting around would be quite nice. So I applied, to work at a restaurant, and I got the interview, and yeah, hopefully I get it. If not, there's other stuff out there. One place I'm going to follow up with on Monday as well, if the job interview doesn't go that great, is just is a bakery that needs overnight people to just make bread all night. I'm like, dude, I could do that. Surreal to see dedication so raw. See, for me, it's like, it's kind of normal. Like, I think to myself, if you want something bad enough, the question that comes to mind is, what are you willing to give up for it? What are you willing to do to make it happen? What are you not willing to do to make it happen? One thing I said to myself is, I'm willing to put in extra time at a job that I may or may not like. I think I'm going to like it if I get it, but maybe I won't. But I'm going to put myself into a job that I may or may not like. And do it so that I can build something else up that I very much enjoy doing. And, I thought to myself, like, working something like this part-time still gives me time to run the business, still gives me time to do YouTube stuff, so on and so forth, depending on how the scheduling works out. And I do it because I love it. One thing I learned very early on is it's a title of a song by a Christian band called DC Talk. It's love is a verb. Love is action. You say you love something. Question isn't how much do you love somebody. Question is, what are you willing to do? You know, it's the reason that, you know, parents love their kids. They're willing to work jobs that they fucking hate because it's a good paycheck. You know, because they love their kids. They want to make sure that they're safe. Want to make sure that they can raise them properly. You know, I don't have kids or anything like that. So the things that I love, the things that I care about, the things that I'm passionate about is my work. That's my legacy. That's, you know, if I died tomorrow, that's what I would leave behind. And it's not where it needs to be. You know, it's getting there, slowly but surely, but it's not where it needs to be. So, what am I willing to do to make sure that it gets there? So I'm going to do it. And as long as I continue to apply myself and as long as I continue to work hard to make sure that these things get better and better and better, then from there, everything gets better. So, looking to ask, probably asked a little too early a while ago, what are your thoughts on what's going on with Amelia Watson and Hololive? I think that when it comes to leaving a business, she is being very smart about it. So she has not been forthcoming with what she's going to be leaving for. I'm not of the opinion that she's leaving to do VTubing somewhere else. Because I don't think that... She doesn't strike me as the type who has had a ton of problems with Hololive. I am of the opinion that she's probably done streaming for a while. But she's keeping the door open for a comeback. I think that what her passion probably is, from what everyone has said, is working in technological spaces. That's her passion. She is apparently the reason that a lot of the EN branches, like 3D stuff, got off the ground as well as it did. That she's apparently the mastermind behind a lot of that. And when it comes to that, she says that she'd still be involved to degrees. I have a feeling that whenever it comes to that sort of thing, she's going to be working for Hololive as a contractor. And that role is probably a part of their branching out to the United States, because apparently they're opening a studio in Los Angeles soon. Which I imagine is nice, because if you're hiring an American, you know, which, you know, they have hired a decent amount of people, at least who at least live in North America, you know, if they want to be close to work, now they don't have to fly to Japan consistently to do events and stuff like that. Like, because I think recently they had like some of the girls in Japan for like 3 months. I could only imagine how much that costs the company. But anyway, I think with Watson specifically, she's doing a really good job of, you know, keeping the door open. You know, basically saying, look, I'm going to stop streaming. It's not quite a graduation in the way that you would think of it. I'm just going to work on some other things, do some other things for a while. And at some point, maybe I'll come back. But there's a good chance that you'll still see me around in certain ways. You know. And yeah. So I think that the big thing about it, whenever I think of whenever you think of Hololive Myth, the first EN girls, in a lot of ways those girls were ahead of their time in regards to Well, not really. They were kind of trailblazers if you think about it. When that gen dropped, VTubing boomed. It exploded after those girls came out, you know. And I think every single one of them has channels with over 1 million subscribers. I know that Calliope's, like Maury's, hers is over 2 mil. And Gura is the most popular. She's at 4 million. And that's with a primarily English audience. You know? Because, like, let me look at this. So, let's see if I can. So let's take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So of the top 10 channels in HoloLive, I'll show you guys the list I'm looking at. 2 of them are from that generation. You know, and these 2 primarily have English-speaking fan bases, whereas Marine, Pekora, Kobo, Suisei, Fubuki, Aqua, and Sakura, and or Miko and Korone, they all have like 2 or 3 language background or like fan bases. So, and then you go down here, like Watson's not too far away. Ina has over 1 million subscribers. Kiara has over 1 million subscribers. So, like, as a group, Myth was stupidly popular. Still are. You know? And yeah. It is it's sad to see, but it was going to happen at some point. You know? My whole thought is that I remember some people who are in here who have been a while, like, will probably remember me saying, like, one of them, at some point, with those girls, something's going to happen where they're going to want to move on. They're going to get a significant other. They're going to, something like that's going to happen. They're going to want to move on with their life, even though they're making money hand over fist. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that. What else you guys got for me? What else you want to hear me yap about? I've been yapping for almost 2 hours now. Showing Mazinger get a robo to a seed fanboy is like reading the N-word scene from the Boondocks. Oh, goodness. That is a pretty good one. Speaking of which, I would probably get demonetized for playing it. There is a video that I saw of Uncle Ruckus's voice actor meeting Shelton Benjamin. And it's one of the funniest things I've ever watched. But I can't play it, so go look it up. Uncle Ruckus is... Oh my god. The fact that the voice actor, like, he still does the gimmick at conventions and shit. Like, fuck me, dude. How's your and Shirt Dude's progress on the Gundam videos? Well, where am I at with the script? Because because right now that's what's going on. I just started the script for part 4. And like I said, it's been kind of a meh week, and I've been very up and down. We're on Endless Waltz, basically, like the Eve Wars, as it's called in the story. And the last I started talking about it was right around the time that Milliardo joins White Fang. Is anime about to enter a reboot phase, and what do you suspect is the next YouTube trend? I don't know what the next YouTube trend is going to be. Right now, lore videos are big. People love lore. I have no clue with YouTube. As for, is anime about to enter a reboot phase? I think so. I think we're going to start seeing more of that. But anyway, yeah, last I left off with that was with the Milliardo joining White Fang. And let me read a little bit of the script to you guys real quick. Now, some of you might be wondering exactly why it is that Milliardo would join the White Fang. Admittedly, it's not something that he's super forthcoming about at this point of the show. I hinted at it earlier, but I want to take a little bit more time to make it obvious. Milliardo is a soldier without a country. Think of all the stuff he went through to secure the independence of the Sank Kingdom. Think of the long road of revenge. And then after all that, he goes to try and promote peace in the colonies by speaking out against Oz, and that didn't work either. At this point, Milliardo has one enemy, and it's Romefeller. When it comes right down to it, White Fang is the only group that has the numbers and the technology on top of the firepower to wage a war against the group that effectively now controls the Earth. As far as Milliardo sees it, if the Earth is Romefeller, then the Earth is his enemy. I've heard some people criticize the show for saying that this heel turn comes out of nowhere, and I honestly think that some people don't really pay as much attention to what Milliardo is doing and what is happening to him during the course of the show after the fight in the Antarctic. If you take every element of his story into account, it makes perfect sense why he would want to do something like this. Admittedly, that's me being a little harsh, but I am of the opinion that some people that criticize Gundam Wing either have never actually watched it, or when they did watch it, they weren't paying much attention to it. So, it's one of those things, like, whenever I review a show, I tend to try not to have it on my secondary monitor while I'm reviewing it. I want to pay attention to the details so I don't miss something. So, finally, the end of the isekai era. I hope that that's the case. I would absolutely love for the isekai era to be done with. Because I can't... Anytime... Like, I mentioned this because everybody tells me I need to go watch Freren. The answer is no. Even though she does tell someone to kill themselves, that's funny. But the answer is still no. And it is largely because isekai, as a genre, has poisoned me to the idea of ever watching stuff like that. Because it's just immediately like, oh, well, some time ago they beat the Demon King. No, get away. Get this poison away from me. How dare you? Do it? No. Because they went and they fought the Demon King and No, never. Not happening. Sounds like every other thing. So I refuse. Shall not torture myself with such things. So yeah, it is. It's one of those things where, isekai just needs to just go away. But it is sadly still stupidly popular. Hey James Rose says enjoying your Gundam content. Also maybe want to rewatch Gundam Wing. Still have the old DVD box sets. Very nice. It's just one of those things where like, it's a really good way to turn me off of something that I might enjoy. Well, I know it's not an isekai, but it's still formatted in the sort of, you know, oh, the Demon King is... It's a similar generic fantasy setup. And people have explained to me all the stuff that goes on. I still don't want to even touch it. Because of the setting. I understand that it's a character study. I understand that there's some interesting concepts in it. I still don't want to touch it. Because if I don't like the setting, why would I want to watch something that is set in that setting? I don't think I've gone into that many details about it. But here's my problem with how Japan has treated fantasy over the last, basically, decade. Is that they have taken fantasy and they have made it boring. They have absolutely made it the most boring tripe within fiction. There was a time that fantasy was something that everybody loved. Nowadays, I really feel like isekai has killed it for a lot of people. And just Japan in general has killed it for a lot of people. Like, Space Marine 2 is better fantasy than anything that Japan has put out over the last 10 years. And it's not even a fantasy game. So yeah. Like, it's just... I don't know how they took such a beautiful and unique genre and made it boring, and they turned it into Walmart. That's what they did. Japan took fantasy and they turned it into fucking Walmart. That is what happened. And I don't want to put my time and energy into it. I will respectfully disagree with you, friend. That's fine. Doesn't bother me. I'm telling you, like, my reason why I don't watch any fantasy whatsoever from Japan. It's just... They took a genre that at one point to me was full of wonder and intrigue and all these great things, and they made it into fucking Walmart. It pisses me off, dude. Absolutely pisses me off. I think of fantasy, I think of like Lord of the Rings. I think of Berserk. You know, I think of Warhammer. Stuff like that. And Japan has just kind of taken that and just kind of deflated it. Now, the old stuff hasn't gone anywhere, but like the possibility of there being new stuff that I might enjoy, nah. It's also derivative. What about Goblin Slayer? I thought you liked that one. Goblin Slayer's pretty alright, but it started getting derivative as it went on, too. So yeah. It's one of those things where, you know, I just can't get behind it. Not to mention, guys, think about how many years ago Goblin Slayer came out. How long that's been. When did that come out in the West? When did the anime come out? (2018). It's been 6 years. Who didn't realize it's been 6 years? Honestly. And I'm not being mean when I ask. I just genuinely am asking. Who did not realize it's been 6 years since that came out? It's been half a decade and more. And I have not seen Record of Lodoss War yet. I've watched a little bit of it. Ooh, Brain makes a good point. He says, Japan is going through what Hollywood went through during the late 2000s. Lest we forget the last death knell that was the Aragon film. Yeah, that's basically what happened. There was a point where everybody wanted to do fucking fantasy shit. And it started making it derivative. And I think that after Return to the King came out, everybody was just kind of done with it. Everybody was like, all right, we're good. We're good. You know? And it's just unfortunate because, like, one thing that kind of I thought could breathe life into it was the fact that the first season of House of the Dragon was so good. Then the second season comes out and it's just kind of there. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't like, you know, it didn't light my fire, you know. Because there are more awesome things that are out there. There are more intriguing things to me. For example, let me find an image real quick of it. I am more interested in what this guy is going to be doing in the future than anything else. Like, seriously, like, anything going on with fantasy, don't care. This dude, I want to know more about what he's doing. Like, what is Sakan up to? More salamanders. Give us more salamanders. They're the best. Because he was in the Tithes, and he was in, and he was also in Pariah Nexus. So yeah, I want to see more of this guy. Give me more Sakan. Give me just more of these dudes in general. More of the goodest boys. And I can say after playing through Space Marine 2, the Space Marines are pretty alright too. The Smurfs are alright. Ah, goodness. I don't know who painted this, but they did an awesome job with it. They managed to basically sum up the salamanders in one image. This is them. This is who they are. That's why I love them. There's other chapters I like too. Y'all know I really like the Black Templars as well. Love the Templars. The Blood Angels are pretty cool. Who else? At least when Matt Ward isn't writing them. Yeah. Matt Ward is primarily the guy behind Kato Sicarius, right? Like, he's the guy who mainly pushed Kato Sicarius, if I remember right. Like, genuinely, Kato Sicarius, I think, is, like, the lamest of the Space Marines. Of the Ultramarines. Because, like, Calgar's great. Martinez Calgar's great. Captain Titus, well, now Lieutenant Titus. Demetrian Titus, is great. Fucking... what is his name? From Bolt Gun. The Stern Guard veteran. I'm gonna look it up real quick. But, that dude. Malum Kaido. Malum Kaido is pretty fucking awesome. But, but yeah, Kato Sicarius is a dick. How would they stack up against the Doom guy? Ooh, it depends on the Marine. It depends on the Marine. Because some Space Marines, I think the Doom guy versus Kato Sicarius, or not Kato Sicarius, the Doom guy versus Malum Kaido would be a great fight. I don't know who would win that one. That would be tough. It depends on who's got what weaponry. Same thing with Titus. But the Primarchs would fuck up the Doom guy. Like, I love Doom guy. Y'all know I love Doom guy. You put Doom guy in the room with fucking Vulcan and he's dead. Vulcan would crush him. Vulcan killed another Primarch while he was in the process of being atomized. And then he got better. I'm assuming that Brain is typing up his response and whether or not Matt Ward was the guy who was mostly behind Kato Sicarius. I am assuming that he is. But Yeah, Malum Kaido, I need to play this video for you guys.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you. Rip and tear until it is done.
Just the fucking vibrate. He's just itching to go. Oh God. Oh man. Oh. That is legitimately just. I need to just play that again. Just Kaido. He's just plays like, let me go. And he's got Captain Titus on a chain behind him. And even fucking Korn is like, let's fucking go! Oh no. It just Kaido just standing there like that. This is fucking great. For those who don't know, Malum Kaido's name literally means I kill evil. He's a fucking crazy man. I love it. This fucking white-beaked motherfucker is the scariest guy in the Ultramarines. Like, he's fucking petrifying. Like, he's killed 3 greater demons. You know, he kills 3 Lords of Change. And in Space Marine, like, in the game, like, you struggle to kill one of them. Granted, its power has been boosted, but you struggle to kill one of them. Like, that, like, what Malum Kaido did is fucking nuts. Excuse me. Matt Ward wrote for one of the early editions, just prop the Ultramarines up. Oh, fair enough. I wasn't sure because I was curious. Like the one Ultramarine that I have seen a lot of people don't like is Kato Sicarius. And I was wondering if like part of the reason why people didn't like him is because of Matt Ward. One thing that I'm kind of hoping is that that I'm trying to find the bolt gun art. There it is. I'm kind of hoping. Okay, Brain finally got back to me. He says, to answer your question, yes, it was indeed Matt Ward that put Kato Sicarius over, or attempted to. That's what I figured. Because the thing is like, the Ultramarines are a very noble, group of dudes, but Kato Sicarius is a fucking prick. But yeah, I'm hoping that when it comes to Space Marine, all they really need to do is I hope that they just add this helmet to the customizations, to the customization options. Because I will tell you right now, I would absolutely love to have a palette for Kato Sicarius whenever I'm playing Space Marine 2. But yeah, this dude, though, the funny thing about it is that, technically speaking, as much as I like Malum Kaido, Space Marine 2 is kind of his fault. Well, it's not really his fault. It's the Inquisition's fault. It's the Inquisition. It's their fault for basically giving the power source of what was left of it from Space Marine to the Adeptus Mechanicus, who ended up, effectively causing a bunch of problems because the Adeptus Mechanicus doesn't know when to fucking stop. Because Kato was memed on in the old text-to-speech device series. There is that too, yeah. But, like, a lot of people just, like, don't like him. And I can understand why. He doesn't act like an Ultramarine. Because there's, like, one story about him just randomly killing, like, a Tau civilian. Like, when generally speaking, an Ultramarine would not do that. Not unless they were pushed to do so. Like, the dude, motherfucker, like, I read some of his exploits, he doesn't come across like an Ultramarine. Sometimes he comes across like a Marine Malevolent. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, this is not how a robot girly man wants his people to be acting. You know? We suffer not the Xenos to live, but the reason that we suffer not the Xenos to live is because they're constantly trying to kill humanity. You know? Like, when you look at the all of the spacefaring races out there within 40K, a lot of them have been aggressive towards humanity. You know, what's a Tau civilian? You got to be a lost cause. Fuck the Tau. That is true. But I'm of the opinion you don't need to kill fish civilians just to kill fish civilians, you know? It's not their fault that they were born into the fish weebdom. My big thing with the Tau is that, like, and why people get on 40K about them, what bugs the fuck out of me is they ripped off the Marathon logo. I'm genuinely shocked that Bungie has never sued them over it. But yeah, I admittedly, though, I like the more noble Marine chapters, you know, for the most part. So the Blood Angels, they're a bit more noble. Obviously the Salamanders, they're the kings of it. The Ultramarines, you know, so on and so forth. You know, like that's a group of dudes that, you know, or like, I think that, like, they represent humanity better. You know? That's why I'm also, like, I'm not a big fan of the Grey Knights. The story of how the Grey Knights and the Space Wolves came into conflict with one another is a great story about the Space Wolves. The Space Wolves are also pretty cool, too, in regards to how they conduct themselves and how they treat humanity. If your Marines are going to splatter aliens, be salty about it. Only my Iron Warriors can be that. Well, that's the thing, man. I feel like the callousness towards civilians and things like that is, like, people kind of put the Marines malevolent on everybody else. You know, I said maybe playing Vidya. Where did we leave off with the Space Marine campaign when I last streamed? Do you guys remember? Let me look it up. Killing Tyranids, killing Tyranids, killing Tyranids. We did the bit with the flamethrower. Did the bit with the bombs. Okay, so it was when the Adeptus Mechanicus got killed by Chaos. Give me a second. I'm gonna fire it up. I'm gonna fire it up. We're gonna play a little bit of it. Yeah, Brain, let's hop in together, man. I don't know if Loco is playing with other people too, but having him in for some crackhead energy could be fun too. But I have not read anything by Brandon Sanderson, James. Admittedly, I don't read a lot of novels these days. Sad the Iron Warriors don't get much love because Petarabo is a perfectly Greek tragic character. I've heard that, yeah, that there's a lot of interesting stuff with Petarabo. I'm looking forward to reading more into him and learning more on the history of Chaos as well and why they turned. So let me switch my headphones on. And let me do a thing real quick. Speakers. Why did it not? Oh, it's because the Bluetooth isn't connected. Hold on a second. Oh, it might have connected to my phone. I'll be right back. Okay. Ugh. There we go. Now, let me grab Brain. Brain, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
And Loco said he'd be. Seems like Loco might be down as well.
Message him real quick in our group and see if he's interested in joining campaign. And just let him know that I'm streaming. Because I need to find the mission where it's past the flamethrower. It's where you moved on to the other planet. But before we get started, I'm actually going to show off, once it loads in, the whatchamacallit, the customizations that I have unlocked.
Oh, dude, serving it's so fucking worth it. But,
Yeah.
word of advice, don't fucking panic.
Yes. You cannot panic in this game. Like, at all. It requires you to be focused. You gotta lock in.
Yeah, he said his internet was being too shitty to really play a lot of today.
Ah, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Alright, let me go ahead and get this set up. But first I'm going to show people the customizations that I've got unlocked in operations. In fact, let's do an operation thing real quick just to kind of warm up, and then we'll go into the campaign.
Gotcha. For the Emperor, indeed.
But yeah, this is like one of the most fun campaigns I think I've played in a long-ass time.
Oh, yeah.
I think probably like the most fun that I've had since like Gears 5 came out.
And panic makes him feel a ton. Oh, yeah. You are a space marine in this game, and you must act like it.
Pretty much. That's the interest. That's the thing I really like about this game is that it requires you to be skillful.
Yes. Like I finally can't wait to get to the point where I'm where we can do the higher difficulties on the regular.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to operations.
I have mid computer. I need to upgrade and receive my PC back into sync. I get it. I mean, I gotta upgrade my PC too because Windows 10 is receiving end of life support in October of 2025, and I want to get ahead of that.
Yeah. So as you can see here, folks, this is my salamander, my bulwark, probably my favorite class to play. There's Brain.
I gotta fix my shoulder pads.
But I'll show everybody kind of like what I've gotten so far. So to start from the tactical, is my tactical dude is a Deathwatch Space Shark. Because why the fuck not? The Assault class, Black Templar. Haven't done a lot with Assault. Vanguard I've enjoyed playing. This one's just a straight up Space Shark. That one's up to level 7. Bulwark is my Salamander. It's the defensive class. It only makes sense. Sniper, also Deathwatch, Black Templar. And then Heavy, Salamander. I'm in the mood for some close combat, so...
Straight Salamander's heraldry. Maybe it'll allow me to... For now.
There you go.
Yeah. I still got to do a lot of unlocking, and that's going to take a minute. Especially these days, I don't get that much time to play play this game. Oh, I pulled a 13-hour shift last night.
Oh, jeez.
And I signed up for an extra 5 hours for tomorrow.
Let's go fight let's go fight the Hive Tyrant.
Alrighty. You say that, and then you're gonna end up trying to install something on Linux, and you're like, "Fuck!" You're gonna be like, "Fuck this! How do I know I've done it?"
Yeah, Linux is not for everyone.
Bro, I had to. It was like I was using a DOS computer. I had to fucking. Using a command line prompt just to install Steam is the fucking worst.
It really is. The people that I know that like really like Linux just really hate Microsoft, or are so heavy into coding and shit that they just love it. You know.
Yeah, the thing is, the distribution of Linux that I was using, well, fuck it, what was it? Ubuntu, the most widespread one. They made that a fucking pain in the ass to install shit. You can't download just like a fucking, you know, Linux equivalent of an executable file to install. No, you've got to use a command line parameter and install it that way, and it's like, what the fuck? Oh, good luck with any dependencies any program is running, too.
Steam OS question mark. I've never touched it.
No, me neither. The best thing I've heard about Steam OS is that you can delete it and you can install Windows on top of it for your Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Which isn't exactly a glowing recommendation.
Alright. Into the fires of battle. Under the anvil of war.
Delta Wing box check. Meridian here. Still on our gunship. Talassa here. Just landed. Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay.
Oh, I'm not wasting my las rifle ammo on this.
Oh, yeah.
Not the small fry.
There'll probably be bigger ones in the church.
That doesn't really narrow it down in this setting. Everything's a church.
Fair point.
Your target acquisition to hit ratio is surprisingly high, considering it looks like you fire wantonly into a horde.
You are not calling in reinforcements. Shit.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Almost get yourself your own shock bomb?
Not that. It was, one of the warriors went for an unblockable, and I tried to block it like an idiot.
Oh, yeah. That's still something I gotta get used to.
Behind us. That all of them?
Alpha. Actually, you do get to unlock the Alpha Legion in this as a cosmetic in this game.
Really?
Yes.
Must be one of the.
It's one of the Trader Legions, yeah.
Oh, we got a rando that joined in. He's gonna have to catch up.
I really wish there was a way to do private lobbies. That's just sorry.
It's supposed to be an option with the next big update.
Good. I love this one hit a quitter.
Ow. Oh, the other guy is a hammer enjoyer. And he's a Black Templar, go figure.
Yes.
Oh, he's hogging stims already. Do not, if he hogs stims again, we're kicking him.
Okay. Like, he just came in. He should barely have any goddamn damage.
Granted, we haven't taken much damage either, so...
That's exactly my point, too. Whoop. I fucked that up.
Oh, it died immediately. Cool. Oh, big boy coming.
Xenos biomass on scope. Fresh cartridge. Tossing crap. Camellia light. Hey, shall
I love this class. Just the fact that I can perfect parry and do a ton of damage to somebody is just nuts. And one thing to share with you and the y'all in the crowd, I have a weapon that is actually really good for parrying. Come here, you.
Damn, I was just at a bad angle for that. Oh, Jesus.
Come here, you.
perfect firing point. In our next battle, I shall take the lead. That is Wait. Are you being serious? No.
Oof.
Simply being
Oh, fuck me. I gotta execute this guy or I'm dead. There we go.
Oh, yeah. The glory kills in this game are fucking awesome.
Yeah, this just feels good.
stealth ready. Rally points reached, Lord Akarat.
What did he find?
Unitorum does not
Oh.
Armor boosters.
Codex Astartes.
Yeah, you need it more than I do.
Locate enough to demolish the bridge.
Oh, that's right. I'm out of.
Brain over here.
Located extra stims.
I will get to that as soon as possible.
Oh, I saw a big group of them pop up. I'm on my way.
Why shall this bomb do the most damage? Rain cleansing fire.
Oh, no, you don't.
All right, we broke him.
Their numbers have no active camouflage charge. Why shall this bomb do the most damage?
Lower floor.
All right.
Explosive offering prepared.
Smack.
Charge primed.
Reloading.
Oh, we have to plant 5 of these fucking things? Jesus.
What difficulty are we on?
The second one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would do it.
Incoming.
God, I still find it nutty that the fan base for Perfect Dark has managed to make a unofficial PC port of it.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's running off the N64 ROM, but it runs like it runs like it was the Xbox 360 port from years ago.
Banner down.
Whoa!
Brain, we got a ranged guy off our flank.
Oh, damn, he shot me down before I could get close to him. I am out of blast rifle ammo. Not ideal.
You good?
Yep.
I'm actually gonna do the same thing. I need more pistol rounds.
Waste nothing, brothers.
Alright, let's get out of here. Are there any items in here? Doesn't look like it.
Nope. Oh yeah, no, the Perfect Dark, the unofficial Perfect Dark PC port is fucking fantastic. So good, so good.
I've always been surprised that they haven't put the 360 port onto Games Pass or something.
Well, they did, but they do it through that weird fucking... Gotta live stream it, so if you have, like, under a certain download rate, it looks like a goddamn 240p YouTube video.
Do you want this Guardian Relic?
Yeah, I'll take it, because that'll...
So
If I
you've
go
already
down
gone
again,
down
that'll
once,
fix
yeah.
my mortal wound. Yeah.
Astartes! We were not expecting such illustrious company in the rear ranks. We've got a handle on these probing strikes, my lords. It's the relay that's getting hammered right now.
That remaster season one of the best remakes I've ever played.
That's news. Without armor support to tackle a target that big, we may have to bring down the supply bridge. All elements needed are prepared. Is this a withdrawal order?
Negative. The objective is the Hive Tyrant, not the bridge. Defend this position until the Tyranid command unit is executed.
Understood, my lord. May the Emperor guide our lasguns to your support.
Alright, where are they going to come from?
Show the Emperor's angels what we are made of. Swarms on the bridge.
Yep, just the bridge. Alright.
Looks like they're coming from the bridge.
Don't overheat.
That dude is popping those barrels too early.
The hive tyrant is on its way, but it is a horde of Xenos between you and it. Dig in for the long haul. You have its attention. It is moving to intercept. Apply more pressure.
Ow.
You good?
Yeah, I just got bowled over. We got some warriors coming in. I'm gonna try to get their attention.
What kind of move was that?
One down.
Keep your eyes peeled. The Xenos leader beast will be in visual range shortly.
Two down.
Nice.
It's their existence that runs both the eye and the Imperium. I've never seen such an atrocity. Hold. Give the hive beast a moment. Detonate the charges now.
Oh, boom.
Die, beast. Talassa to Delta Wing. The target is neutralized. Them from the battlements and send them sprawling back into town. It is not dead.
I know there's another ammo box around here somewhere.
The swarm would go feral without their connection to the hive mind, but their focus is still on the relay.
Fuck it.
Reports confirm the lieutenant's assessment. Enemy cohesion still in full
There you go.
effect. That
Oh, here it
beast
is.
Not yet dead. Good. I hate leaving a job unfinished. We can hold this position, Lords. We'll keep the swarm off your backs while you hunt that thing.
There's another
You
thing.
can take that Medicaid then.
Alright. I'll let you have the armor boost then.
Gotcha. I already have one, and I have the Guardian Relic, so I don't really need... I'm all set on Medicaid stems for now.
Man, my frame rate is really tanking with OBS open. I'm about to make some adjustments.
Yeah. There's another Guardian Relic.
And a melt-a-bomb.
Nice.
This has touched death.
Stomp, 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 stomp.
I would never come for a good vantage again. There is no better line of fire than a barrel rammed down the enemy's throat. I hope you are cleaning it off.
I'm gonna take those grenades. I have to say, this Mustard Tiger individual has been a pretty good teammate so far.
Yep. I'll let him have it. I'm feeling generous.
Have a good night, Rocket Rocket.
Have a good night, man.
Let us relieve the hive giant of its life. Pursue and eliminate. We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
Grenade
Apparently
out.
they're gonna add. Oh. Apparently, at some point, they're gonna add a single-player campaign to Starship Troopers Extermination. I'm wondering how that's gonna be.
That'll be interesting.
I was just really hoping that with Helldivers 2 fucking up the way they had, the Starship Troopers Extermination would have seen a player boost, but nah, it never happened.
Nah, they all came
That-
here.
Yeah, true. Well, that's true, but even in the even before this game was out, you know,
Yeah.
that's not surprising either, given the problems with the developer. They're just one of those developers that has no idea on how to market.
Sadly.
It's a case where if they have no competitors in the market, they'll do just fine. If you look at Squad, but as soon as they get a competitor in the market, then it's oh man, they get slaughtered every time. Let's see, what is it? Squad 44, which used to be known as Postscriptum, is a dead game. Beyond the Wire, a World War I tactical multiplayer shooter, dead game. Because, you know, you have the other two World War I games going out there. And Battlefield 1, if you want to count that. They just don't know how to compete in terms of marketing, and they need to.
Lieutenant. Lord.
Also, changing the game from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 did not help them in the long run.
Yeah.
It killed the performance for so many people, including myself. Woo! I got a surprise struggle snuggle from this licker. I don't like it.
No, go ahead and polish them off.
I'm not going to use my Medicaid stims. I'm saving those for the boss fight. Though last time it didn't actually go that rough, so
Yeah, it just kind of depends.
yeah, we kind of made that Hive Tyrant our bitch.
Take to the roof.
I actually had one fight with him with this class where I barely took any damage from him. Hey, Minuteman, what is going on, dude? There's even more stims.
Medical war gear here. You would make a fine champion.
I'm gonna actually take the shock grenades.
Purpose than keeping the
Gotcha,
hearts of
gotcha.
my brothers pure and the hearts of my enemies still. You do so already.
Here we go.
Moment of reckoning is upon us. Taking a shot.
Woo! Came at me like I called his mother ugly.
Inserting round. Fresh magazine.
Gonna start taking care of some of this trash.
Please do. I'll focus on the Hive Tyrant.
Woo! I got myself.
Releasing shock grenade. Fresh cut.
All right. Dodge too early. Pow.
Ow. Oh, you cocksucking little warrior. You bastards! Ah! He said his dad could kick my ass and he wasn't lying. Monster Tiger, revive us!
I think he might be cornered too. We just kind of screwed the pooch on this one. Oh well. Yeah.
Damn
Oh
it.
well. It happens. That was the warm. Well, that was the warm up round. Warm up round.
Oh goodness, that was a bummer.
Oh well.
We almost had him.
Yeah.
The Hive Tyrant on higher difficulties is a rough fight.
Yeah. I'm just getting, what is it, the Capra Demon flashbacks where my major problem wasn't really the main boss, but all the trash mobs. mean,
no,
at least
dead internet theory is not a thing, Fischozo. It is entirely possible to create a thing and some people just don't like it. It is what it is.
Let's see, I want to...
Do you have to pay for any kind of recognition? You have to work really hard. And even then there's no guarantees. Like that's effectively, you know, work in the arts in general. Is sometimes you create a thing and just nobody's interested for whatever reason. You know, and some people just, you know, aren't interested. There's nothing really you can do about it. Or the best thing you can do is just try to build an audience through other methods and then just keep trying.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so let me check. So the mission we were on, I'm assuming was the first one in Avarax. Yes.
So apparently there's been a leak. Concord apparently didn't cost the original estimated, what is it, 200 mil? It was 400.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Why can't I hear the voices very well?
The voices did seem like they were a bit quiet.
Let me do this. There we go. And then I'm going to change some of my graphic settings around real quick, too.
Gotcha.
Alright. Hopefully that fixed the issue. Yeah, the voiceover is really low for some reason. It might just be the area we're in.
Maybe.
Why would these companies not stick to 2015 graphics? Nobody's even going to tell a difference anyway. That is untrue.
Yeah, that's the big. I gotta go a bit on a rant because, you know, I understand the sentiment. And to some extent, I kind of agree with it. But, like, the school of thought that I get to, the school of thought I come from is different. 20, the major advancements from 2015 to now has mainly been in lighting.
Yeah.
Not necessarily texture resolution, well, okay, to an extent texture resolution, but the major advancement has been in lighting. The big problem is that I think a lot of gaming companies, and you see this in a lot of the AAA space now, is that they're so busy chasing after raw poly counts, texture resolutions, and lighting effects that they kind of forget to make any of the graphics have any weight to them. Like, it just it feels like sometimes I'll perform a certain action in the game and the after effects just don't exist.
Yeah.
This cunt.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Minuteman makes a good point. If it's Arkham Knight, maybe they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that and now, but not a lot of games that came out around that time had that kind of fidelity.
Yeah. Yeah. Another one of the advancements in gaming that came in between then and now was subsurface scattering. And basically kind of like adding a false transparency layer depending on the material that the model is made out of.
Yeah.
So. Like, here's a good example. When you play Red Dead Redemption 2 and you notice that, like, as the sun is rising, you'll notice in some cutscenes that characters' ears are red because the light's shining through. Yeah, that didn't exist in 2015.
No, it didn't. Nowadays, with extreme graphics, the 8-year production is too long. What games have taken 8 years to put out? And
I feel like
if a game takes that long, it's not just because of the graphics.
I was about to
It's
say,
likely likely that an engine is getting built.
Mm-hmm. I think a huge problem is that people are extrapolating that from pre-production as well.
Yeah.
So we're just kind of lumping that into production time. Concord and Starfield. Starfield
Again,
didn't take 8 years to come out.
Yeah, Starfield was pre-production. That's been in pre-production for a while.
Concord, pretty much same deal, because the company that built that wasn't even a fucking thing
Yeah.
until, like, was it 4 years ago? Don't get me wrong, I still think that it's kind of a weird space that the gaming industry is in. And again, it's in particular mainly just to the AAA gaming industry, is that these games games are taking too long, but at the same time, the shit that they have to do to just get some of their games out, shortening that development cycle would lead to an insane and unmanageable amount of crunch.
Yeah.
But at the same time, their solutions to it is to put in perpetual crunch through live service, and that is also starting to prove itself unsustainable.
While in that state, you underwent radical surgery. Your body was ripped open from head to foot. If some error was made and remains undetected, it could cost you your life. Brother, we cannot afford another episode like that. The apothecaries may not have time for a thorough diagnostic, but they've given me their sanction to do so. Now settle in. This will take time.
Yeah, but as for what a lot of people don't realize about pre-production, a lot of pre-production just kind of happens in a lot of developers' off time.
Yeah.
This isn't something like
Pre-production basically starts when the idea is conceptualized.
yes.
Your biometrics are the low peak, but well within the tolerances for combat. I can find no explanation for the symptoms you
Wondering where the hell did all of that money go into? For Concord, I have no fucking clue, dude. $400 million, and it's just all down the tubes. My guess is that Sony spent a lot of it on infrastructure that they didn't realize that they weren't on infrastructure that would ultimately go unused.
That, and I would probably assume marketing as well. Marketing
What
probably had
marketing?
a big amount of it, because they did market. Like, they had like full CG, like Blizzard style trailers put together.
That's true. That's true. But, oh man, Concord is going to be... Heads are going to roll. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say the credits are over an hour long for Concord. That's like any modern AAA game, though. I remember when I first played the first
thing is-
Assassin's Creed back in 2007, and the credits roll was like 45 minutes long.
Well, here's the thing though. Like, Concord is just a hero shooter.
Yep.
So it, like, having the credits that are that long tells me that they had a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Okay. I will be right back. Hey, I wanted to say hi to my Sam.
Though the efforts for to advertising were kind of weird. Yeah. Concord is just one of those things where I think that beyond any sort of socio-political elements, it just, like, was way too little, way too late. Like, it just had... Nothing about it looked appealing. You know? There's no cool factor.
Understood. My thanks, brother.
The lab is within that spire. There's the cargo elevator. Look at all those spores.
Still can't believe
That'll
that
be
game
one
got
hell
pulled
of
as
a
fast as
fight.
it did. How much did Sudden
Shame to
lose for
miss it.
refunds just getting the game back
should
from?
be down there.
Well, that's why they
With the
pulled it.
company.
I mean,
We will be soon enough.
people played it, they're like, this blows. Excuse me. And on top of that, you know, it was a live service game. So they're like, you know, how much, like, we're already starting off at a loss. We can't assume that this game is going to be able to make up those losses.
Yep.
Stim here.
What you also have to remember is that the Concord had closed beta weekends, like I think a couple of them, and it couldn't even break like 600 on those.
Yeah.
Engines here. Elevator repairs are incomplete. Please conduct holy maintenance.
The elevator is broken. We must find a way to restore power.
Oh yeah, well I mean look at the character designs.
Army, we repair
That's
the
all I'm going to say on that.
Operation without full repair is unwise. You may override safety protocols via the control room at your own risk.
Up there! Looks like the control room. The main entrance is destroyed. I found an alternate route. Plotting now. Check your display.
Engines here. Your cogitator has remained idle for 3 hours. Please resume your defined functions.
Through that door.
I love that the servo skull has, like, no concept of death.
Tyranid in sight. They're here.
Power sword, bolt rifle,
Watching.
combat knife.
Take the power sword.
Tyranids! Give no quarter. Purge them! Where there is one, there are many.
That was simple enough.
Yep.
Loading ammunition. Froot, damn it! The fighting's everywhere but here. What you call this? These are leftovers.
I like that line.
Look at these mindless creatures. Dare to attack the Imperium. The whole spire is infested. The control room may be out of
God
action.
damn.
If the controls
Now
work,
that's a lot of
find another
damage.
method. Watch
We
for
will-
the
Oh, yeah.
lieutenants, one way or another. Reload! Come taste my steel!
I mean, if he's going to leave an executable enemy like that, I'll take it.
The stench of that one was impressive. This is too easy.
Have a good night, Batzilla.
Yeah, thanks for coming out.
It's over the rooftops ahead. Clear the debris and proceed.
Marksman
The
bolt.
Tyranids will make ruin of the entire
Combat knife,
city
auto
given
bolt.
the chance.
I'll stick with my heavy bolter.
Nice.
How you doing on stims?
I've got one.
Alright, I'm gonna take this one then.
Reloading weapon.
But yeah, like, on the Concord thing, it's one of those things where I'm of the opinion that beyond any socio-political crap,
Take it from them.
you need a cool factor with your game. You know, you have to have something that grabs people. Like, say everything you want about Overwatch, which, you know, I will agree with a lot of it. It does have some pretty good design work in it.
Yes. Concord just seemed like every generic Tumblr design you've ever seen.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, why would I want to play as any of these characters? If they just look like normal dudes, like that's not fun.
Yep.
I don't want to play an action shooter when I look like the local librarian, you know?
Stocking up on rounds. Bridge controls ahead, brother. This will get us to the objective.
You know, but yeah, Overwatch at least like has some cool designs.
Yes.
Gears are grinding like an old contraption. Could take a while. The Tyranids are staging a counterattack.
Eliminate them.
Reloading weapon.
Yeah, it takes care of their ranged backup.
Yep.
Throwing shock grenade.
Short controlled bursts.
Over here, Tyranids never travel alone. Be mindful.
Yeah. There were some people coping that Concord might come back, and you know, to be fair, the final the sunset message that they gave out certainly praised it like they might try to bring it back, but no, that's not happening. You don't have a failure that big in this industry and then come back.
Yeah, like this, it's not. No fucking way.
Changing magazine.
And I hate to be the sayer of doom for the people that worked on it, but like, if I were you, I'd leave that off your resume.
Yeah, for sure.
God, I love this weapon.
Ammunition secured. My lord, we may now cross the bridge. Proceed to the objective. Sir, you seem to be at full strength again. Did the apothecaries identify the cause of your collapse?
Focus on the mission, Sergeant.
As you wish, my lord.
Ooh, heavy
Are they
bolt
trying to-
pistol. I will take that.
Jesus Christ, I forgot Sony was behind Morbius.
That they were.
Reloading.
The reason why I say that is that Game of Jet is asking, are they trying to pull a Morbius with Concord? Because I personally don't think that Sony is dumb enough to fall for the same trick twice, but I mean, that was a pretty stupid decision.
Yeah, because of the meme, they tried to put Morbius back in theaters, didn't they?
Yeah.
Like, wow. Press the button.
Yep.
Dankeschön. Alright.
This is it.
Use the controls to restore power.
Thank you, son. Sorry.
Oh, from Wolf would say, Dankeschön? It is Dankeschön!
Let's get down there. Practical.
That fucking scene. Oh, man.
Good. Proceed.
They fumbled the tone of that game, but at least that scene was pretty fucking funny.
Yeah. Oh, brain.
They have no need for the technology.
Coming.
There you go.
They're like seeds
Hell
carried
yeah,
by
brother.
the wind. Their only motive is
Oculus
to devour
carbine,
and
stalker bolt rifle. I'm gonna stick with what I got for now.
Don't even think of making it free to play. It would help. Yeah, no, exactly. That the open betas were free.
Yeah.
No.
Anybody could get into it.
Yep. There was just flat zero interest in Concord, and you know that's on the designers.
Cut them down.
I can't even blame well, I guess I could blame Sony for not having a better head about it, but like the primary blame lies with the designers.
Got snipers on the upper left corner.
Die, you pestilent wretch!
Ow!
He's dead.
There was 2 of them from what I remember. Yep, one that's even
Yeah, I
further
see
up.
him. Oops.
I'll try to take care of the spores.
Observe the Dinos here.
Switch your magazine. Come forth and be
How's it going, Xavier?
Ow. Yeah, I didn't miss that one.
They never learn. Enemy destroyed.
That all of them?
Clear that
I
obstruction.
think so.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Ammo would be good.
Indeed.
Restocking.
Through that opening.
Whoops.
Let's see here. More ammo, shock grenades, another thing is stims. I'm at 2. How many you have?
Found a stim.
I've got 2.
Alright. Beep.
Spores.
No, Dorn sucks. Don't even start. Don't even start. I don't care if you're talking about Corch. No. Dorn sucks. Those memes suck. Shit meme. Nothing about anything oriented with Rogel Dorn is ever funny or interesting.
Need to reload. Deploy frag grenade.
Where is that Ravener?
Right here.
Do not stop moving.
Enemies. Loading fresh magazine.
I take your face.
It's lost.
Caleb says his regards. Yeah, I have a feeling he was the one who told you to post the Dorn stuff. Nah, Dorn sucks. All things Rogel Dorn are terrible.
Switch your magazine.
He is legitimate, like, and I say that not as an insult to Coach Dorn. It's just,
Munitions.
it's not his
secured.
fault that Rogel Dorn is a shitty Primarch.
Ready to deploy special tactics.
I haven't played Dark Crusade yet.
That's an expansion from the original game, right?
Yeah, the original Dawn of War.
Which, oddly enough, I've owned the original Dawn of War forever. I've never played it.
This platform's very exposed.
Played a good chunk of Dawn of War 2, but I never beat it.
You've had bad luck with cargo elevators. That was a long
Dawn of
time
War
ago.
2's campaign gets real bullshit towards the end.
At least you made it out
Yeah, that was kind of where I was at with it.
For the orcs.
It's like here's a section where we want you to survive this fight for however long, and we're gonna give you very little cover.
Time to detach the platform! Cunning little Xenos.
Protect those chains.
Throw the frag grenade!
Is there a heavy bolter around here? Oh, big boy.
Weaponry, over here!
Another one dead.
Gargoyles attacking the chains!
That's a heavy bolt
Charging
rifle.
the chains!
I don't think we have a heavy bolter, but I'm gonna have to take that. Let me tell you, the
Yeah, 'cause
stalker.
the heavy bolt rifle is what I'm already using.
Yeah. Because the sniper rifle ain't gonna cut it for this kind of mission.
No. Shit, we got ranged warriors in the back. There's one down.
Target destroyed.
There's the other.
One more.
Units bombarding the chains!
Got him. Wait, there's even more of them. Fuck.
They harried
I'll
the
take care of this guy. You go for the chains.
Suppressive fire around the chains. Now!
More gargoyles attempted to sabotage! Deploy special tactics!
Ah, fuck.
Cover my reload!
Throwing frag grenade!
Come here. You alright over there, Brain?
Yep.
Crocodile for $2. Thank you, dude. He says, Dark Crusade is peak Dawn of War. I'll take your word for it.
Keep away from the mechanisms!
Reload!
Stocking up on rounds!
One thing I'm curious about, though, is... Well, I didn't play Dawn of War 3. What went wrong with that one?
Loading up.
I don't remember. God, that game came... Like, if... I know that game didn't come out that long ago, but it feels like it came out that long ago.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
I heard that they were in, like, having, like, MOBA elements in it and stuff like that. I'm like...
Yes. Oh, shit. I gotta go take a leak. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Gunny throws in $5. Thank you, dude. He says, you thought about the Imperium versus Starfleet or other faction. I believe the Imperium would win hands down due to vast superior numbers. There's that, and there's also technology. The fact that some Space Marine fleets could literally teleport an Adeptus Astartes onto a Starfleet ship. One Adeptus Astartes could probably take over that ship by himself.
Facility in lockdown. We'll need explosives. Nothing's getting through that door. Ventilation tunnels? Checking. One floor down.
Let's go.
Oh, goodness. Still waking up. While Brain is doing the thing, I'm going to adjust the audio again. There we go.
There we go.
Start with,
Go ahead.
oh, he's asking if the Imperium of Man can travel to another galaxy.
Theoretically, but they would need to know the location and coordinates of it.
Yeah.
Because their warp is literally like using a different dimension. Starfleet just kind of warps the logic around itself.
Yeah.
There was a word written in blood on Nozick's Thunderhawk. Imura. Do not speak it, brother. The words of the archenemy hold dangerous power. One should not dismiss any data that may be relevant.
Have you ever faced the arch-enemy, Sergeant?
Regrettably, I have not.
Then I suggest you listen to your brother.
If the archenemy is involved, might we not encounter them here? I hope we do. I wish to have words with those traitors. My blood rages at the thought of them.
They'll be
I had to use a stim, but I'm back at 2. How about you?
sure they don't use
I'm still at 2. So
All
I'll
right.
just pop one and then boom.
But yeah, the point that I made is with Starfleet is that there are Space Marine vessels that could literally teleport just a single Adeptus Astartes onto a Starfleet ship, and they'd take it over easily.
Mm-hmm.
Their close combat technology is leaps and bounds above anything that Starfleet has.
The Adeptus Mechanicus put up a fight here.
Give them a single Terminator and it's all over.
Oh god, I don't even think you would need a Terminator.
Creatures take every crevice.
How far to the cogitator?
The Terminator would just be hilarious.
Yep. Well, that's the thing. The Terminators are actually boarding special. Oddly enough, it sounds ridiculous, but Terminators are technically supposed to be boarding specialists.
Oh yeah, that's why they get sent on to Space Hulks.
Yes.
Then what guides them? A worthy adversary.
I'm not going to hyperfixate on Boogie 2988, and I've already said
Yeah,
no.
why do we... I'm gonna chat, I'm gonna ask you a question. Why the fuck do you care about that guy? Why even bring him up? I'll tell you right now, I go many days in my life without ever thinking of Boogie. Why other people care about him is beyond me. Do I want the Pyre Blaster? Fuck it.
This will serve me well.
They're not long into the pudgy cheeks of a lolcow, lest you become the lolcow yourself.
Basically. And not to mention, it's not like Total Biscuit was a saint either. This is a guy who chewed out his wife for daring to not vote Democrat.
A reset of the
Yep.
system should work. What happened? Power's down. Must be the reset. Listen.
I love this section.
Ready your bolters. They're coming. Watch your back.
Fuck, we got a stealthy boy. I think I can handle him, though. Yep, I got him.
Nope, I'm not going to intrude on your duel.
Not so clever now.
Isn't there a tribute? I don't know. And truth be told, I don't particularly care enough to try to figure it out if there's a Total Biscuit tribute at the end credits of this game.
Yeah. Brain's kind of of the same mind as me when it comes to Biscuit.
I'm actually a little less favorable to him than you are. I think he was kind of a shit tier critic, if I'm being completely honest. He didn't deserve to go out the way he did. No, absolutely not. I don't want that to be taken out of context. I didn't hate the guy. I just think his
don't put that evil on. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah. But
hey, Gunny throws another $5 at me. He says, thought about the fact that Starfleet only has a few hundred ships at mostly making up frigates, while the Imperial Man ships numbers at the thousands, right? Oh yeah, the Imperium's fleet is gigantic.
Oh yeah.
If Starfleet just saw the battle fleet Gothic, they would lose their minds. They'd be like, what are we looking at?
Oh yeah.
Recovering.
Yeah, but just to finish my thought, it's like, I just was not a fan of his style of critiquing PC ports. It was hugely reductionist.
And there were some things that he just said that were just wrong. Like the idea that every game on the SNES ran at 60 frames a second. No, it didn't.
No.
It was capable of it, but not everything ran at that frame rate. Not that you would have even known at that time frame, because there wasn't a lot of 60 hertz televisions.
Yep. He also grew up in Britain. That's a PAL region. At the time, their standard hertz was capping out at 50.
Yeah. Ow. All right, ads are coming in.
Ammunition depleted.
Starfleet ship combat is much better than Imperium. Not really.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
This is kind of the problem that a lot of people, I think, kind of lose sight of. Is that everybody likes to pit things against other things, thinking that their favorite thing is going to win. Here's the problem with that: they don't really keep in mind the objective scale that these things are operating,
or the necessity of the creation of that particular universe and what they're up against. The Imperium of Man, their fleet is built specifically to prevent an entire species from being rendered extinct. They are heavily armored, heavily armed, and capable of interstellar war that constantly goes on. Keep in mind, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. They are constantly at war.
Yep.
They have to be built for that. So Starfleet is not. Starfleet vessels are exploratory. They're not meant for long wars. You have to keep in mind how big of a deal it was in Deep Space Nine for Captain Sisko to actually build a warship.
Yep.
It was a big fucking deal because that didn't happen very often. You know?
This facility is in shambles. Let us hope that
Whereas every single ship in the Imperium is built for war, and they are very good at it.
it's this or nothing.
Yes.
They have to be. So yeah, if a ship just from the Battlefleet Gothic or something like that, or just one Ultramarines ship, if Starfleet came across as hostile, yeah, that fight's not gonna last long.
Yeah. Not to mention that the standard Imperial Navy isn't the entirety of the Imperium of Man's naval capabilities.
Yeah.
Space Marines have their own specialized fleets of ships.
The one thing that would save a Starfleet ship from probably getting wasted would be that the crew is mostly human.
Mm-hmm.
So willingly make monsters of themselves.
Though if Starfleet attacked first, the Imperium ship might assume that they're heretics and just open fire. And then they're fucked.
There's things to criticize him for, but his push for integrity and principles in gaming is what... I do actually agree with that, because back when, what was it, Shadow of Mordor was first released, and it was found out that, you know, a bunch of YouTubers were signing directly with Warner Brothers to basically turn into access journalists, right?
Yeah, they were actually signing non-disparagement clauses.
Yes.
Right.
He was really the only person at the time calling that bullshit out.
Yeah, the problem
Much
is
to his
that
credit.
this is all on the flip side, and the reason that I got turned off by Total Biscuit before the thing with his wife was just the simple fact that he would do all that, but then whenever his buddy Jim Sterling did crooked shit, he was suddenly very quiet.
Oh yeah.
Because this is the thing, folks. The reason that Jim Sterling surged in popularity again was because of Total Biscuit.
Yep.
The reason that we ended up getting saddled with Laura Kate Dale as long as we did was because of Total Biscuit.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some positives to the guy, but there's some pretty big hang-ups too. A heavy bolt pistol if you want it.
Ammunition secured.
I'm all set. I like this. I like this plasma pistol. But yeah, no, I mean I agree. But generally I do understand like that, especially nowadays where it seems like so many YouTubers are willing to take, especially gaming YouTubers, are willing to take sponsorships for the games that they're supposed to be covering in I'm not going to say objective, but certainly genuine manner. And you can't claim to be genuine when you're taking money from people. I'm sorry. Not.
I'm of the opinion that if you want to be consistent as a streamer with your I'll read that in just a second, Gunny. I want to wait for these guys to finish talking. Okay. I shake my head at Trek fans trying to argue Starfleet would win against other sci-fi factions like Star Wars Empire or Ori from Stargate. Trekkie sadly only knows Star Trek in terms of sci-fi. Well, I think it's more just like the idea of considering what each franchise does and the purpose of the ship. You know, because I don't hold that against them. It's like they you know, not knowing the I can't blame somebody for not knowing something that they don't interact with. You know, I can blame them for being an asshole about it, but it's sort of like why I don't get mad at the Connor VA, the British dude that hangs out with Iron Mouse all the time. I don't get mad at him for his bad takes on mecha because he doesn't know anything about mecha. You know.
I awaken.
Lieutenant Titus, Ultramarines, 2nd Company.
Enter your command.
Locate Marius Luz.
Access denied. Access rights granted. Establish your locus. Arax. The city. Temple of Thasian.
Vitals are elevated.
I'll box for a Thunderhawk.
Wait. Open file Project Aurora.
Register intention and requisition.
Open the file. Open file reconstruction. Brother, those are classified. No. It was destroyed. Mechanicus fools. Display current location of artifact.
Warning. Volkite reactor.
Well, I love Captain Titus, man.
Imminent.
Yep.
This whole place will collapse onto the city beneath us. Get them off the core. They are throwing themselves into the reactor.
We must shut it down before they destabilize it further.
Machine Spirit, power down the reactor. Non-compliance. Remote circuits are fused. Manual override required.
Oh, it's so satisfying.
Explain.
Emergency disengagement mechanisms are located on the reactor platform.
Clear a path for those controls. Changing magazine.
Enemy eliminated.
Alright, let's get down there. Beep. What do we got here? Heavy bolt rifle. Bolt rifle with grenade launcher. Oh, baby. Give me this.
Here they come.
It's melted time.
Reactor.
Oh, yes.
Frag grenade out. Frag grenade deployed. Loading up.
More tyrannies incoming, brothers! Let us show them some of Ultima's hospitality!
Reactor remains unstable.
Oh, I fucking love this gun.
To the next console.
Yes.
Make haste.
Jettisoning Volkite pylon. Stand by.
How many
More of them should
pylons
start coming
remain
in.
engaged?
One Volkite pylon maintains the reactor.
Disengage it.
Unable to comply. Temperatures have fused remote circuits. Manual intervention required.
There they are.
Now making another push. Intercept. Let them feel the wrath of the Ultramarines.
I'll take the right side.
Gotcha.
The beast craves death, brothers.
Shut up, blast!
Shit. Neurothrope,
You
or
good?
zoanthropes.
Me without my last cell.
Ow.
Well, they do have some of the chaotic heraldry that you can unlock in this game.
Yeah, but if you want to play as Chaos, you're going to want to play multiplayer.
Yep.
Reactor approaching critical failure. Meltdown imminent. Disengage remaining pylon to complete shutdown sequence.
Activate those controls, now!
Volkite pylon jettisoned. Reaction has entered entropic decay.
That was the last of them.
Nice. 420 Gunny, thanks for another $5. He says, I could see wish I could see Starfleet try to defend a fleet against superior numbers and technology. How the X-Wing has the same torpedoes as the Enterprise. I don't think they work the same.
Move to the extraction zone.
But yeah, they that was the whole thing with the Borg.
Yep.
Is that they were hilariously unprepared for them. Yeah.
God, I should replay through Outlaws. That was a great fucking game.
Ugh.
You okay?
Yeah. Seasons are changing. My nose is acting as if they are.
Yep. Why did the Mechanicus see some clearly heretical power source and say, let me boil some water to make power from it?
Pretty much.
Mainly because they don't actually believe in the God Emperor.
Yeah, they believe in machine spirits and shit like that.
The Adeptus Mechanicus must be stopped. What?
Which, to be fair, are real things, but the big problem is that what they actually believe in is the Omnissiah. And the description is just vague enough for the Inquisition to turn a blind eye, because without the Mechanicus, the Imperium Man would also collapse.
Basically.
A fragment of the Dark God's power that almost destroyed the planet.
Graya. Titus, the Mechanicus are acting on orders approved by the Primarch. And here are you, talking of Graya, of all places.
Damn it, Captain. If Chaos is here, if they get their hands on this thing.
Enough!
Hey, Shane, thank you for the $5.
No more on the
Says, midnight here, so I don't have to work till 12:15 tomorrow, so long stream night it is. Hope you're doing well. I am doing very well. Thank you, dude.
Aye, sir.
I think after this cutscene, I'm going to get something to drink. Maybe a little bit of something to eat.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to have to take off for the night anyway, because, like, I still have to go in at 12 myself tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, dude, go get some rest, man. I'll catch you later.
Yeah.
Tread carefully, brother.
I'm going to wait for this cutscene to finish. Alright. Have yourself a good night, and have a good night, chat.
Yep. Take care, Brain. I'll catch you later.
Later.
Everything that happened.
Brother, do not keep us in the dark.
It is not your concern.
You criticize the captain for withholding intelligence, and yet you treat us to the same evasive obscurity.
Stray words have cost me dearly.
So you do not trust us?
Brothers, calm yourselves, lest you face the chaplain's censure.
Okay, I'm going to pause the game real quick. I'm going to go grab a little bit of food and something to drink. I will be right back. Ugh. Okay. Combination fried rice. Chicken and beef. Excuse me. Sadly, the flat iron steak I got to use in that, a little lean. Not a lot of marbling in it. So it's a little chewy, but not too bad. Ah. Somebody had a rough launch.
I hope they survived.
They'll be fine once they put the fire out.
Those are flawless welds. Illogical. Replacement systems unsatisfactory.
Let me switch some things up. I don't want to use the plasma pistol. I think I'll just use a standard bolt rifle. And then I'm going to switch back over to the chainsword.
Time to go. I will not concede a brother.
You seem troubled.
I tire of reckless fools.
I hope you do not mean us.
Not unless you worship the Omniscient.
Ah, then I share your distaste. Little wretches have been found crawling through water pipes.
God damn, I love this recipe. Alright, I think this is the last mission I'm going to play tonight, and then I'm going to call it. But this mission lasts a minute, so...
The temple is located inside the dome section of the city. We'll have to land outside and make our approach.
Uh-oh.
Lock armor. Lance of Jove, report.
Minor damage. Tech team is inbound.
Can we depend on you for extraction?
Yes, Lord. We will be there.
Very good, brother. The Emperor protects. Make haste. We have considerable ground to cover.
What was that? Looks like a neurothrow placed on overwatch inside that building. Units! Let us spin their numbers.
Down you go. Say goodbye.
Sir, have you faced a neurothrow before? I have. A tricky adversary.
There is probably not a single Xenos that Titus has not fought after all the time in the Death Watch. I just hope in the next game we get to kill some fucking Tau. I'm actually stick with my chainsword for now.
Resupplying.
Nice.
Varellus! Is that you? Chiron! Bless the Emperor. It's good to see you. Where's your squad? Gone. Neurothrow tore them to pieces.
We need to get across the bridge.
Lieutenant, nothing gets across with that beast up there.
What are we up against?
It has its rear covered and we do not have the manpower to break through. The Cadians are holding the bridge, at great cost.
Set up assault positions by the bridge. We'll deal with the neurothrow.
Very well.
I love how absolutely
Watch yourself.
absolutely confident Titus is that he only needs 2 other Space Marines to kill that thing.
What's our theoretical? A direct assault on the rear guard.
Is that it?
Doubt our ability, brother.
No, sir. Good. Let us choke them with their own blood.
Come here, you. Eat this. Yeah. I love it.
We served together in 9th Company. I owe him my life. How so? We were once defending a stronghold from an orc assault. A war boss overpowered me. Had his drill against my head. Morales appeared, cut the bastard's armor, and beat him to death with it. Let us honor him by avenging his men.
Have a good night, Gunny. Hey, Varela's supposed be a tough bastard if he killed a war boss by himself. I mean, granted, he did ambush him, but still. War bosses are no joke. Generally speaking... Whoa! Oh, no, you don't.
I have dealt with the ammunition. Munitions secured.
But as I was saying, the general rule of thumb with orcs is the bigger they are, the tougher they are. That's kind of like how their hierarchy works. It's like the biggest orcs are the bosses.
Brother,
And if you asked an orc why that is,
nothing good.
before he tears your face off, he'd say, "'Cause they're bigger!"
I would sooner focus on the mission at hand. You are withholding information relevant to the mission at hand. Mind yourself, Sergeant. Your behavior has been erratic. You force your way into classified files. You tell us nothing. Gadriel, we deserve to know who is leading us. This conversation is over.
I'm actually going to stick with my current weapon.
Restocking.
Deal with them. Gladly.
Changing magazine.
Morales, ready your men.
Get right through.
We're about to take down the Neurothrope.
Good. Make it suffer.
Oh, that is the plan, sir. I hate fighting neurothropes, but we're going to get it.
Concentrate fire on the Neurothrope.
Reloading weapon.
Give me just 1 second, and I will read that super chat. Thank you for the $5, Crocodile. It says, if Calgar fisted Kaido, then the curse of Matt Ward would be lifted and 40k might be saved. Though again, that's just a theory, a game theory. Oh, goodness.
Resupplying.
Well, that's not good. Oh, let's go! Come on!
Clearing the way.
Fuck. Fuck!
A moment, brothers.
Come here, you. Fucking die!
You're well purged. Victory
Woo!
is ours, brothers.
That was a fight.
Titus, your men are clear to take the bridge.
By the Primarch, I had little faith I would hear from you again. Will you be joining the assault?
Our path leads to the dome.
Travel well, brothers.
Lance of Jove, we are heading for the bridge. Status report.
Damage is worse than I thought. Tech priests are working on it now.
Keep me updated. Brothers, let us proceed. Acadians are driving the Tyranids back.
What do we got here? Oh, mama.
Vile creatures.
Let's do this. Heavy bolter.
We must keep moving. Let none escape. Frag grenade deployed. Another one's dead.
Come and get it. Let's go. Let's fucking go! Come on! Ugh. That all you got? Let's go. Yeah.
Changing magazine. That's all of them.
I love this fucking game.
Lose his position, but still a long way from the dome. And we must hurry.
This game is so fucking fun, dude.
Need a ride, brothers. Sergeant, good to see you.
The Acadians have the bridge under control. Thought you could use an extra hand.
A welcome offer.
Climb on. The temple is this way.
Lieutenant, the Acadians are requesting support.
Go. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, with an Ultramarines tank unit, you're gonna be fine.
Ultramarines!
Have the enemy infiltrated the dome?
No, my lord. What about the Temple of Thasian? The dome was evacuated days ago.
Rejoin the main force immediately.
Our orders are to remain here.
On whose authority?
Captain Fairburn. We are to hold this position until further notice.
The dome is empty. Now move on.
But, sire...
I gave you an order.
Forgive me, my lord. Perhaps there was a communication error. The captain insisted. The deserters. No. We have our orders.
Vox your captain. If you are deserters, I'll execute you myself.
Captain Fairburn, come in. Captain Fairburn, come in.
Ambush.
Oh, melts a bomb to the face.
Kill them.
Here we go, boys. The Thousand Suns.
Traitors. You will burn.
Let's kill the dust bunnies. Let's go.
Traitors of the Thousand Suns. Cowards. You will pay for what you've done. Your treachery ends now. Nations, come forth and be slain. Warp spawn. Purge the heretics.
Die, heretic.
Do not fall prey to their trickery. Your worthless life is empty. Frag grenade out.
God, I love killing chaos. Give me your face.
No victory for you here.
Fucking dust bunnies.
Akaran here. We were just attacked by the forces of chaos. You're certain? No doubt. Heretic Astartes and their minions. Throne, damn it. Do you have loose? Negative. We're minutes away. Find him and get him out of there. Hurry! What are we waiting for?
Nom nom nom. Chiron doesn't give a fuck.
Cover him.
I love it, dude. I fucking love it.
I will grind your bones to dust. Tyra, take a defensive position. We will cover. Tyra! He is in a rage. He's risking the entire mission. He is trapped over there. There are force fields covering the exits. They seem impervious to our weapons.
lies defeated. Munition secured.
Ooh, heavy bolt rifle. Give me that.
They will not get past this. Reloading. Deploy strike grenade. Back to the hole. Frag grenade out. Restocking.
Did I get them all?
That is all of them.
Yep.
The exit is blocked by heretic sorcery. The altar. It bears the mark of the archenemy. Destroy it.
Fuck you, Horus. Bam.
Artifact destroyed.
Look! The force fields are collapsing!
Oh, I'm gonna need this last fusel.
Brother, by the gates of Hera, you must calm yourself.
I will not rest until every last vile heretic lies dead at my feet!
Gotta love that energy. Beep.
I order you to regroup.
I have other business.
You need cover. I've never seen him lose control like this. He has put the fate of the whole system in jeopardy.
Heretic cowards! I will end you all! Betrayers!
I love crack grenades.
Bridge clear. Cover Cairo. Your worthless life is ended. Resupplying.
That handles them.
Restocking.
One more. Shouldn't turn your back on the enemy.
No victory for you here. No traitors remain. Get to Chiron, now!
Bam!
Sergeant, check the perimeter. Yes, brother. Explain yourself. Need I justify my hatred? You need justify your recklessness. The traitors have a debt to me. And you will throw away your life to collect? Death is my duty. Your duty is to the Emperor. You will die when and where he so chooses, not over some personal vendetta. Do you understand? Lieutenant, you should see this.
I love that little bit. It tells you so much with only saying just a little bit.
Blues must be in there. They're using some kind of shield. The altars. Same ones we encountered earlier. They must generate the shield.
Destroy them. Then purge these abominations from the face of this world. It seems the traitors' motives are unmasked.
Seems.
You doubt they wish to stop Aurora?
You will soon learn that when dealing with heretics, nothing is as it seems.
They cried out my name, but I stayed hidden. My position.
Grab that melta bomb real quick. I'm actually gonna grab this plasma incinerator.
Let us get to work.
Beep beep beep. Ow. Come here.
Your treachery ends now.
I love that there was a race to fucking kill that guy.
You told Akaran the Mechanicus must be stopped. Why?
The artifact we saw in those classified files may be of Chaos origin.
Why wasn't it destroyed?
It is immensely powerful. They believe they can control it.
And you're just gonna hand it over to Luz? Let it continue?
These are my orders.
It matters not. Kill them. Let us tear off their heads.
Kill those slaves who will not, and gain the notice of the changer of ways.
Change this. You fucking Zinchian bird brains fucking guy!
Their champion lies defeated.
Area secure.
Now the altar. The spell is broken. They are attempting to break the doors.
That is no simple sorcery. Look how twisted the altar has grown. It seems alive. If it lives, then let us teach it of pain and death.
How can you not love that enthusiasm, guys?
It reeks of the wolf.
Raise the armor of your contempt and snuff it out.
Look! It shrinks from us!
Then keep close and endure. We must disrupt the spell.
Yeah, they're literally able to defeat this, these altars with the power of the belief in the Emperor. It's wild. Give me more.
Hold this ground. Heresy is reflecting my very eyes. Your worthless life is empty. Reload.
I love this fucking pistol so much.
Corruption! Back to the warp with you.
Vengeance from Magnus and his chosen!
Yeah, fuck that and fuck Magnus. Get back here, witch. You'll die for mine.
That champion lies defeated.
Bam! Fucking got him. Hey, shirt dude, what's up? Ugh. God, I love fighting chaos.
Tear down the altar. Their sorcery is undone.
Lieutenant Titus, the Lance of Jove, status report.
We are patched up and on our way.
See you at the objective.
The Emperor protects.
Lance of Jove, stand by for extraction.
Affirmative.
In the name of the Emperor, open the doors! Morius loose.
I owe you my existence.
Come with us.
To where?
The battle barge.
Compliance, but I must speak with Archmagus Nozick at once.
He's dead.
Dead.
You are to replace him. Lose. power source. It's dangerous.
I have spent my life studying it. I assure you it's quite safe. In the right hands.
Arrogance.
Arrogance.
Why must the Mechanicus meddle with the unknown?
We follow the will of the Omnisire.
Go ahead.
Titus, report to Captain Akaran immediately on arrival.
Confirmed.
Titus? A Captain Titus was killed on the Forge world of Graia over a century ago. He died holding the power source in his hands.
Except he's not dead.
Not even an Astartes could survive power of that magnitude.
Morius Luz, come with me.
Yeah. Gotta love it. God damn. Ain't nothing but like a little Chinese food and a nice soda. Well, guys, we're going to go ahead and call it there. Actually, we're going to call it after this cutscene. I want to give myself a little me time. Because I got stuff, tomorrow is podcast recording. So I got to deal with all that. And then there's other stuff as well. Alright. So, appreciate everybody coming by. Thank you all so much also for being generous with the super chats as well. It's very much appreciated. We should be back on Tuesday with more Nightingale building. And I'm going to also go online and have a look at the price of another bookshelf. See if I can get one easily. And, then I'll probably order it so I have more space for Gunpla. So, on that note, guys, everybody have yourselves a great evening. I will catch you all next time.